की बात करें अभी भी उनके पास एक बढ़िया इलाका है। सबसे बड़ी बात कि इन दोनों टीम के पास सर्कल का एडवांटेज है, बट राइवल को आप देखें वो बिल्कुल नहीं चाहते कि ये जो सारे फिनिशेस है वो उनके हाथ से जाएं। और अब मुझे एक बार के लिए लगा कि उनको शायद पता हो चुका है कि शैक के अंदर ही प्लेयर है, बट उन्होंने एक मॉली यहाँ पे वेस्ट कर दी। बट इस ग्रेनेड से एक प्लेयर तो फटेगा ही फटेगा।
वो बिल्कुल एक प्लेयर तो फटेगा और वहां पे उनको पता है कि एक प्लेयर बाहर निकल गया, दूसरे प्लेयर को मेरे ख्याल से उन्होंने कॉल आउट दिया नहीं कि वहां पे नीड आ सकता है, आप भी बाहर निकल जाइए। वो भी नीड करने में व्यस्त अभी के लिए नजर आए तो ज़ोडियाक ये कंपाउंड बहुत जरूरी बन जाता है उनके लिए लेना, और इसलिए यहाँ पे कोशिश करते हुए। बट अभी भी जो प्लेयर नीचे है उनकी पोजीशन उनको नहीं पता है, थोड़ा उनको संभलना पड़ेगा। ये स्मोक का एडवांटेज देखने को मिल सकता है और बैक टू बैक दो प्लेयर्स को नॉक करा जाता है, गलती साबित हुई। देखिए अनदेखे अनजाने सिचुएशन में स्मोक के अंदर अगर आप ऐसे रश करेंगे मुश्किल आपके लिए हो जाती है, बट फिर भी सार ऑफिशियल को खत्म करा गया, प्लेयर्स को यहाँ पर रिवाइव करा जाएगा। स्प्रे अगर समय पे ना आते तो मुश्किलें बहुत बढ़ जाती।
की बात करें उनको बच के रहना पड़ेगा। अभी जिस तरीके से फॉर्म में चल रहे हैं 6 फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले, रैंटी आगे जाने की कोशिश करेंगे, काफी ज्यादा ऊपर चलेंगे। फ्रैग ओपी की बात करें वो यहाँ पे स्पॉट कर सकते हैं राइवल को, उन्होंने राइवल को स्पॉट किया भी है, डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा दिया, खड़े होने की जरूरत पड़नी नहीं चाहिए थी, वहां पे गन स्विच किया, मुश्किलात हुई। फ्रैग ओपी यहाँ पे खत्म हो गए। शॉगन लास्ट प्लेयर बचेंगे अपनी टीम से। रैंटी एक और वहां पे ग्रेनेड का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, बट अभी उनके ऊपर भी एक ग्रेनेड गया, डैमेज उतना ज्यादा नहीं, बट शॉगन लास्ट प्लेयर बचेंगे अपनी टीम से। स्प्रे 1 मीटर दूर है जोन से, देखना पड़ेगा ग्लिच की जो स्क्वाड है वो कितना ज्यादा मीटर दूर आपको जोन से दिखाई देगी। 28 मिनट का गेम हो गया, हमने 25वें मिनट में देखा था कि किस तरीके से हमारे पास मात्र केवल 21 प्लेयर बचे हुए थे और अभी भी 6 दिखाई देंगे, बट रैंटी उठेंगे, इसी के साथ अभी को डाउन किया गया। लास्ट प्लेयर बचेंगे ग्लिच एक्स रिबॉन से, और अब ज़ोडियाक के लिए विनर चिकन डिनर काफी ज्यादा आसान होता हुआ।
जी हां, इट्स अ 3v1v1 सिचुएशन। इकरार को भी मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे स्पॉट कर लिया गया, स्मोक वहां पे वो जरूर कर रहे हैं, बट अभी के लिए रैंटी नजरें उनकी बिल्कुल तैयार, और वहीं पे लुक एट द स्प्रे देयर यहाँ पे मेजी बेहद शानदार स्प्रे के साथ ग्राउंड डैमेज यहाँ पे कर दिया गया। 3 टीमें यहाँ पे बची जरूर है, बट देखिए कितने कॉन्फिडेंट वे में आगे बढ़ते हुए शानदार तरीके से आगे जा रहे हैं। जिगल दिया, एक तरफ गए दूसरी तरफ गए और खत्म करा अपने अपोनेंट्स को। दैट वाज एक्चुअली क्वाइट गुड।
रशर की बात करें, सामने प्लेयर को उन्होंने स्पॉट किया था, डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा उन्होंने दिया जरूर था, बट नॉक नहीं कर पाए। बट अब सिग्निफाई का एक बढ़िया रश,
बिल्कुल यहाँ पे सिग्निफाई के प्लेयर आगे की तरफ आए किया, बट आगे रशर ने वहां पर उनको नॉक किया। ये काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल स्थिति में डाल चुके सिग्निफाई को। अब एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचेंगे, एक एक करके धराशायी करते जा रहे हैं। एक लास्ट प्लेयर ऊपर की तरफ मौजूद जरूर से, वो अपनी टीम के साथ आए नहीं, पीछे से कवर फायर देने की उनकी कोशिश जरूर से थी, बट अभी के लिए कामयाबी मिलेगी नहीं। और अभी के लिए टीम सिग्निफाई जिनके पास मौका था ये चिकन डिनर ले जाने का, वो काफी ज्यादा पीछे। टीम क्रेजी ने काफी बढ़िया तरीके से डिफेंड करे अपना स्पॉट। टीम जीओजी का एलिमिनेशन, और अब टीम क्रेजी जो है वो प्रबल दावेदार चिकन डिनर के, बट सुल्तान अभी भी सरवाइव करेंगे। ये खिलाड़ी यूडॉक को आगे लेके जा सकते हैं, बट टीम क्रेजी उनका भी एक खिलाड़ी डाउन होगा। क्या हमें एंड में 1v1v1 जी हां वही देखने को मिलेगा, बट ये काफी ऊपर से कूदे, डाउन होंगे सुल्तान। बिल्कुल जीओजी की अगर हम बात करें, एक स्मोक का कवर यहाँ पर उनके लिए आया जरूर से, बट अगर हम बात करें यूडॉक की, एक बढ़िया चांस उनके पास भी रहता है। 2 खिलाड़ी वो भी अब सर्कल के अंदर आने की कोशिश करेंगे, लेकिन उससे पहले यहाँ पर जीओजी के जो एक प्लेयर है वो एक नॉक निकालने की कोशिश करते हुए, इसी के साथ अपनी जो पोजीशन है वो भी रिवील करिए। चलिए ईस्टर की बात करें, अपना एक खिलाड़ी खोया जरूर से, बट यूडॉग अब उनके पास एक बहुत अच्छा मौका है। क्रेजी की अगर हम बात करें, आगे की तरफ जाएंगे जरूर से, एमजे को स्पॉट करके डाउन करा जाएगा। अब निक जो है वो आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचेंगे, शायद उनको भी स्पॉट किया जा चुका है। निक भी यहाँ पर जरूर से फिनिश ऑफ होते हुए नजर आ सकते हैं, एंड इसी के साथ टीम यूडॉग जो है वो चिकन डिनर के काफी करीब, क्योंकि निक जो है वो आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचेंगे। कोई भी ऑप्शन उनके पास बचता नहीं है। क्रेजी अभी भी उनको ढूंढ रहे, क्या वो स्पॉट कर पाएंगे? जी हां, एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। इसी के साथ जो विनर चिकन डिनर है वो जाता हुआ टीम यूडॉग के पास।
लीडर ओपी की बात की जाए, डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा पड़ा, बहुत ज्यादा वो ओपन में थे, सीढ़ियों पे जाके लेट गए। एमजे उनकी भी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम है। पॉज ऑफिशियल की बात करें, टीम पॉज की बात करें, शॉगन यहाँ पे मौजूद रहेंगे। आयुष दूसरे साइड पे निकोपी को डाउन करेंगे। 3 टीमें आपको यहाँ पे मौजूद दिखाई देंगी, देखना पड़ेगा सबसे ज्यादा फिनिशर्स कौन सी टीम लेके जाने वाली। तीनों टीमें सर्कल के अंदर डिसरिस्पेक्ट, उनको बढ़िया गेम खेलना पड़ेगा अगर उन्हें क्वालिफाई करना है अपने आप को, तो फिर डिसरिस्पेक्ट ग्रेनेड करने की कोशिश करेगी। शॉगन की बात करी जाए, एक वहां पे बेहतरीन ग्रेनेड जाता हुआ, क्या वो कनेक्शन बनाएगा? जी बिल्कुल, शॉगन वो जो निक का फिनिश था वो लेके जाएंगे अपने नाम। एमजे अपने आप को हील करने में कामयाबी हासिल करेंगे, बट जो डिसरिस्पेक्ट के पास फिनिश जा रहा था शॉगन ने उसको वहां पे छीन लिया। सरपंच की बात करी जाए, वो यहाँ पे डाउन किए जाएंगे। लीडर ओपी को आप देखें गाड़ी के अंदर जस्ट वहां पे मौजूद है, बट बॉट उससे पहले उन्होंने लीडर को देखा, डाउन करेंगे। एमजे लास्ट प्लेयर इस वक्त जीओजी की स्पॉट से सर्वाइव करते हुए।
यहाँ पे क्लच निकालना पड़ेगा अगर उनको यहाँ पे आगे बढ़ना है, बट वहीं पे अगर डिसरिस्पेक्ट की बात की जाए, आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश तो वो भी करते हैं, और यहाँ पे नंबर्स के एडवांटेज पूरी तरह से उनके पास है, बट आग लगी हुई है, आग में आयुष जाते नजर आए, जले तो जरूर बट अपने आप को हील करते थे। That need came in or what happened? I think यहाँ पे गाड़ी ब्लास्ट हुई है, गाड़ी ब्लास्ट में यहाँ पे प्लेयर्स नॉक होते नजर आए और एमजे अभी भी यहाँ पे सरवाइव कर रहे थे, जैसे नाम लिया वैसे खत्म हो चुके हैं वो भी।
फ्रैग ओपी, एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड जाता हुआ एमजे खत्म, बट डिसरिस्पेक्ट मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इसी के साथ उनका भी एलिमिनेशन हमें देखने को मिलेगा। एक बढ़िया फ्लैग एंगल उन्होंने निकाला जरूर था। आप देखिए एक बढ़िया पाथ स्ट्रेट लाइन में उन्होंने 3-3 स्मोक्स गिरा रखे हैं। वहीं पे अगर रेना एंड उनके साथी की बात करी जाए, फ्रैग ओपी वो भी सेम ही चीज करते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। आईएनटी उनके पास पूरा मौका रहेगा इस मैच में चिकन डिनर निकालने का, पूरा श्रेय जाएगा अगर चिकन डिनर निकालते हैं तो मुझे लगता है फ्लिको के पास, जस्ट बिकॉज जिस तरीके से उन्होंने अपनी टीम को संभाला है। 2 नॉक हुए थे, उसके बाद उन्होंने रिवाइव किया। फ्रैग ओपी चढ़ने की कोशिश कर जरूर रहे हैं बट मोस्ट प्रोबेबली वो चढ़ नहीं पा रहे हैं। जिस तरीके से रेना यहाँ पे आए हैं, देखना पड़ेगा कि अब क्या सामने आईएनटी की स्क्वाड जिन्होंने ग्रेनेड्स का इस्तेमाल तब नहीं किया था, अब वो ग्रेनेड का इस्तेमाल करना जरूर चाहेंगे, क्योंकि अब तो कुछ ज्यादा कुछ करने को बचा नहीं है। ग्रेनेड का इस्तेमाल करेंगे, यूटिलिटीज का इस्तेमाल करेंगे और अपनी टीम को ज्यादा आगे वो रख पाएंगे। राइवल की बात करी जाए, जाते जाते थोड़े बहुत शॉट्स देने की कोशिश करेंगे, ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं पाए रेना, वो फिनिश निकालेंगे अपने लिए, बट डैमेज आप देखे काफी ज्यादा डील कर बैठे। हेलमेट खत्म होने के कगार पे, वेस्ट की बात करें वो भी खत्म होने के कगार पे।
जी हाँ, बट अब एक फाइनल बैटल देखने को मिलेगा। इट्स अ 3v3 कंपटीशन, 2 शानदार टीमों के बीच में। एक तरफ पॉज, दूसरी तरफ आईएनटी। देखते हैं कौन सी टीम यहाँ पर चिकन निकाल के जाता है, बट अभी के लिए अगर ग्लोक की बात करते हैं ऊपर में पकड़े गए, स्पॉट उनको करा जा सकता है। मीनवाइल दूसरी तरफ उनके दूसरे साथी को टेक डाउन किया गया। एक बहुत आसान चिकन की तरफ बढ़ते हुए आपको यहाँ पे पॉज देखने को मिल जाएंगे। फ्रैग ओपी
फाइट यहाँ पर इनिशिएट हो चुकी है, जहाँ पर एक 2v4 का सिनेरियो हमें देखने को मिलता है। रोमन वो आएंगे, नॉक करेंगे, जो फिनिश है वो भी सिक्योर करते हुए इजीली नजर आएंगे और अब जो मुश्किल है वो बढ़ते नजर आएंगे। एक और बढ़िया यहाँ पर जिगल एंड स्प्रे हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। वही यहाँ पर रेवनक्लॉ एलीट जो है वो अभी भी सर्वाइव करेंगे। आप देखिए 2 ही खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर मौजूद थे, जो बाकी के प्लेयर्स है वो थोड़ा दूर यहाँ पर जरूर से नजर आ रहे हैं, बट डिसरिस्पेक्ट अगर हम बात करें, ये अपॉर्चुनिटी उन्होंने खो जरूर से दी है। ये मैच बहुत ज्यादा क्रूशियल था। अब एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचेंगे, बट रोमन की बात करें वो अकेले ही आगे की तरफ बढ़ते चले जा रहे हैं। ये थोड़ा मुश्किल भरा जरूर से रहेगा, कहीं और से स्प्रे आएगा, डाउन होंगे रोमन, एंड डिसरिस्पेक्ट के लिए ये एक ब्लेसिंग इन डिस्गाइज।
बट फायदा नहीं है उस चीज का, क्योंकि अकेले यहाँ पे मौजूद रहेंगे। असला की स्क्वाड की बात करें, वो आगे जाने की कोशिश करेंगे। डैनियल वहां पे डाउन किए गए। सिग्निफाई वर्सेस यूडॉग जो फाइट रह गई थी वो हमें जरूर यहाँ पे देखने को मिलने वाली है, बट एक और टीम जैसे इनके पीछे से रोटेट करते हुए दिखाई देगी। सिग्निफाई की बात करें, डैनियल जो डाउन है, खत्म किए जाएंगे। यूडॉग क्या आखिरी प्लेयर के साथ सर्वाइव करिए, जल्दी में पता चलने वाला। 15 टीम 51 प्लेयर यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेंगे। 16 मिनट का गेम होने वाला है। एक ग्रेनेड आया बट वहां पे कोई मौजूद नहीं था। क्रेजी लास्ट प्लेयर अपनी टीम से सर्वाइव करेंगे। यूडॉग से देखना है कितना ज्यादा दूर तक आगे लेके जा सके, बट मोस्ट प्रोबेबली मुझे लगता है यूडॉग बड़े आसानी से टॉप 8 में अपने आप को पहुंचा पाएगी, क्योंकि पहला मैच उनके लिए काफी ज्यादा बेहतर था। मिरामार उतना बढ़िया ज्यादा बेहतर नहीं गया है, बट देखना है कि जो सैनहॉक का मैच था वो भी उनके लिए बेहतर था। बट अभी भी आप देखेंगे रोमन सामने मौजूद है, बट आयुष वो फिनिशेस लेने के लिए जा भी नहीं रहे, और जो वो अल्सा को फिनिश था वो उनको मिल जाएगा।
बिल्कुल, असला की स्क्वाड अब यहाँ पर आ जरूर से चुकी है और एक 1v4 का सिचुएशन आयुष के लिए। चलिए स्वागत वो करेंगे जरूर से मॉलेटोव के साथ, और इसी के साथ पता चल चुका है असला को भी कि यहाँ पर प्लेयर मौजूद है। वो ग्रेनेड आएगा, बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन कनेक्शन, नॉक करने में कामयाबी नहीं मिलेगी, बट डैमेज की बात करें वो ऑलरेडी बहुत ही ज्यादा हो चुका है। आयुष अपने आप को हील करेंगे। ये जो सपना है राउंड 2 में पहुंचने का BMOC के, वो मेरे ख्याल से यहीं पर अभी समाप्त होता हुआ नजर आ सकता है। सारी जिम्मेदारी आयुष के कंधों पर हमें देखने को मिलेगी। वहां पर स्मोक उन्होंने किया जरूर से। टीम असला की बात करें, वो भी यहाँ पर बहुत ही ज्यादा सूझबूझ के साथ खेल रहे हैं। इंस्टेंट पुश आएगा नहीं, बट आयुष पीछे की तरफ जाएंगे। एक तरफ से तो कवर ले लिया, बट आईएनटी के शिकार एलिमिनेशन। टीम डिसरिस्पेक्ट का 15वें पायदान पे
440 की बात करी जाए, वो सामने यहाँ पे मौजूद है। आप देखें कितना बढ़िया रोटेशन 440 का हमें देखने को मिला। अब एक ग्रेनेड और पूरी तरीके से सार का एलिमिनेशन में देखने को मिल सकता है। सामने की साइड से सारे प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे ग्रेनेड को करते हुए दिखाई देंगे, बट सामने टीम मौजूद रहेगी सार की, उनका भी ग्रेनेड आने वाला है। हमले की बात करी जाए, ग्रेनेड से वहां पे खत्म होते हुए गॉड आई वो भी डाउन किए जाएंगे। लास्ट प्लेयर क्या यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करते हुए 420 440 की बात करेंगे, सीधा चार्ज करेंगे, बट अभी भी लास्ट प्लेयर सार का यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करेगा। एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया, दूसरे प्लेयर को भी उन्होंने डाउन किया, बट तीसरे को नहीं कर पाएंगे। 440 वोल्ट्स, 4 फिनिशेस, चारों प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे, और इसी के साथ पूरा इलाका अभी भी उनके पास।
ऑलरेडी उनके जो 2 खिलाड़ी है वो जोन के अंदर पहुंच चुके हैं। वहां पे वो भाप चुके हैं कि प्लेयर्स कहां पर मौजूद है एग्जैक्टली। व्हीकल लेकर के जाएंगे, व्हीकल का कवर हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा। एक चीज तो उनको पता है कि बैग्स क्लियर है, बट शायद नहीं, क्योंकि पीछे से अभी 420 440 का इनफैक्ट जो स्क्वाड है वो आ चुका है। 440 फोर्ट यहाँ पर आ चुके हैं। जीओजी की स्क्वाड है उनके जस्ट सामने मौजूद है। यहाँ पे स्मोक का कवर हमें जरूर से देखने को मिलता हुआ, लेकिन एक खिलाड़ी को आते ही नॉक किया जाएगा, और अब मात्र 2 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पर बचने वाले हैं। उचिया के कंधों पर एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी, एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके डाउन जरूर से किया। लीडर ओपी आगे की तरफ मौजूद, बुलेट वहां पर मौजूद रहने वाले। एमजे क्या वो उनको स्पॉट कर सकते हैं। जी हाँ, करा उनको उचिहा जो है वहां पर डाउन होते हुए नजर आएंगे, लेकिन अभी भी 440 वोट के वो आखिरी खिलाड़ी बहुत ज्यादा देर से आए, अभी भी सर्वाइव कर रहे, लेकिन पीछे से 2 का डैमेज भी आएगा। व्हीकल बर्स्ट, 440 वोट का एलिमिनेशन छठे पायदान पे। क्या ये काफी रहेंगे 7 फिनिशेस? ये एक सवाल देखना पड़ेगा।
Well, it is the final day of round number 1, ladies and gentlemen, as we are still in pursuit of the last group of teams who are going to join us in round 2. My name is Salty. Well, I'm looking like coffee today, but with me is Fixes, dressed in lovely green and sky. How are you, Fixes?
Oh, well, amazing, because finally we are up towards our end of the round 1, right? This is where we're going to have our selected few teams. 50% already slashed out and moving on forward to round number 2. But quite a lot of interesting teams are going to be joining the fray today.
Yeah, absolutely. There are some known names, obviously, that the teams list that we have received. But of course, speaking of the previous days that we have seen some good performances so far, and round 2 looks very, very positive to me.
Oh, it certainly does. It certainly does. Considering the kind of action that we've been seeing so far lately, every single day there has been a team that has been making a mark. There have been few known teams. They have been playing really amazing. And today I'm expecting nothing less.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the tournament format first before we proceed any further. Of course, it is a known format. You know it already. You know how we start off with 512 teams for round number 1. An enormous number. But as soon as we hit round number 2, it gets slashed off by 50%. 256 teams progress further. Round number 3 looks even more brutal.
Yeah, it does, because, you know, you're talking about 64 teams only making it ahead, and then heading on towards round number 4, we do have the invited teams also sort of chiming in, and that's going to completely change the level of competition altogether. But round 2, round 1, they're all about, you know, filtering out the new talents, the new rising stars as we speak of, and a few known names that could not do a lot during the BGIS, so they had to prove their mettle right from the very start, from the in-game qualifiers, amongst so many thousands and thousands of teams. And this is what we are talking about, ladies and gentlemen. It is the BMPS, from only which 24 teams are going to be participating, and they are going to be making it, and it's going to be such a tough affair.
Absolutely. I think BMOC is completely about churning out new talent and to figure out who are the best suited to proceed to this grand affair that is BMPS Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series, a 3-week affair and a grand finals to be played by 16 of the best teams in the country.
Oh yeah, and this is what we've been talking about, right?
Yeah.
You know, 3 weeks of action, and then you head on towards the grand finals, and then we never know. There's a lot of things on the line. Maybe few slots ahead, but that will be announced later on.
Yeah,
we do not know. Still no confirmation though. But these are the maps. I believe we're going to be having the action pretty much similar to Erangels, to Miramar, and then one Sanhok in between to completely change the dynamics, which has been happening for the last 3 days.
Yes, absolutely. I feel like Sanhok has been that changing element, that surprise element, where the teams who could not really perform were in the second slide of the table for the first 2 games actually get an opportunity to make an impact. And I love the fact that it's placed right in between of those Erangels and Miramar, so that even if you kind of mess up in the first 2 maps, you kind of have an opportunity to seek redemption.
Yeah, of course you do. And we've seen a lot of teams doing that, right? They might not have the best start, but towards the end, they sort of pick up the pace and maybe get a chicken dinner with a decent amount of finishes to their name, and they're good to go. And I think it's a high time, right? We still are yet to see who are the teams that have qualified from round 1 to round 2. I'm pretty sure the announcements are going to be coming up, so do not forget to follow us on the official handles. But I think now is the time where we have to take a look at the teams that are going to be participating with us, and out of all of them, in that third row we can clearly see Brawlers coming into action. So one of the most renowned teams, you know, you talk about the past tournaments that we have some big names coming into action today. So I'm going to be really looking out for them. But along with them, few other teams as well. Which other team does catch your eye, Salty?
I think I'm gonna go with Warlock Esports. The name kind of sounds very serious. It's like they're gonna lock horns with the best in the business. Just like you mentioned, might be brawlers. They might perform. Let's just watch it. You've got real OGs as well. You mean they're the real OGs?
Are they though? Are they though? I mean, I was going through the team list. I'm pretty sure they want to make a name for themselves. But yeah, I think real OGs, again, one of those teams to watch out for. Along with them, ISO, a very old name from the community. I'm starting to wonder if it's the same ISO out of which, big players like Rishabh, who's now a part of Hydra, big players like Avi, who's a part of Enigma.
Yeah.
They have been hailing from that. So pretty big name altogether, if not an organization, but a clan, a band of brothers. And now we've got a new lineup completely to represent the colors for ISO. But today's day is primarily going to be about, for the viewers at least, they are here for what are the boys from Brawlers up to, right? You've got Sangwan. He's pretty infamous in the map of Sanhok, the snake, as we all love to call him. And we'd also have Iconic joining along with him. But you talk about Iconic as a player. He's made some really iconic plays. Keeps on reeling around in my mind. And one play around Milta Power, clutching out a few teams there and then. And today, again, we've always been privy to surprises, right? Privy to new teams coming in. Like yesterday, we saw Zodiac sort of ruling the lobby. We had the players of Pause having a really good game. So GOG, as a matter of fact, also performing really well. So today also, nothing different. But yeah, I'm really excited.
Absolutely, man. I mean, we've seen everything so far. First 2 days were sort of one-sided domination, in my opinion. Next day, the third day, was sort of where most of the teams were coming in. They were chiming in, and competition was real high right until the very end.
Yeah.
For example, us, we three, we had no clue on which teams are going to qualify by a healthy margin.
Yeah, it's still, in a grey area, right? Especially when you've got teams like Easta Network coming into play yesterday, quite well-known team. They've had a few fair games, but a lot of them were early eliminations for them.
You still remember the Sanhok?
Yeah, I still remember that Sanhok game. But, this is the sort of a contrast that we've been having so far, right? Two big names in, a certain group, and then suddenly you see that one of them does exceptionally well. Like for yesterday, it was UDog who was playing really well, and then it was E-Star Network who was still, kind of struggling to find their place. The day previous to where we had Walkouts having such a fantastic day, but it was not the same for Lifecraft that did come in. So yeah, for today we've got to look out for the new teams coming up, and since we're heading off into Erangel, I'm gonna expect a little bit of a slower start, but we never know.
Of course, yesterday was all about summed up by slow starts. Teams were very disciplined in spite of the fact that they were playing against each other for the first time. This is something which you see in the tier 1 lobbies, where most of the teams are scrimming against each other. They know every single nooks and crannies of their opponents. They know where they're going to drop, where they're going to rotate from. And that is one of the reasons why you see that discipline right from the start of the game. I did not really expect that in round 1, honestly, because when you start off against unknown teams, there tend to be some initial clashes. But anyway, what are your thoughts? Do you think there will be initial clashes right at the start of Erangel?
It completely depends upon how the flight path trajectory is, right? We'll have a slight idea as to what we are really going to witness ahead. But here we have the beautiful city of Pochinki, and I have no clue what the tractor is doing right in the middle of the little compound. But again, I think you're talking about the farmlands and teams wanting, or rather the entire gist comes around the fact that, it was a city, it was an abandoned city. If you talk about the history of Erangel, look at the school all in tatters. So
it used to be fertile lands.
Yes, it used to be. It still is though, but apparently it's got some radioactive energy going around. But quite a school that we've never imagined, sort of abandoned, nobody there. And it's for the better good, right? When you have so many teams dropping off, everyone just going up for each other. Everyone wants to be the last and final survivor. But for this city, I do not know what really happened. I mean, it was some sort of, how do you call it, a nuke or something? And it all went just down.
The water levels rising, land levels going down as well. But you have to appreciate these drone shots, don't you? I mean, every single time I look at it, there is some new angle. I kind of venture in some newer dimensions where we get to see deeper secrets of the map of Erangel. I wonder what lies within.
Well, I mean, about Erangel, more than that, it's Sanhok that kind of sort of excites me, because you've that little bit of a cave sort of,
Yeah.
kind of keep pondering around what could be the reason, why do you have that at the very first place. But yesterday we did witness some, really nice circles, something around Gatka, around the
Yeah.
open lands, creating so much ruckus for all these teams out there. As ladies and gentlemen, we have taken it up to the skies, where we do have the fight path trajectory heading all the way from hospital towards Snow Ripno. Now, likewise, it's going to be interesting to see how many teams are going to be dropping off around Yasnaya, Mansion, Lipovka. We've seen a lot of teams heading towards Talbot and Kameshki. I think one of the very renowned teams, UDOG India,
Yeah.
they were the ones who preferred heading up top. So there might be a few teams that, would want to get those early vehicles on and traverse down there. But it all comes down to how the circle pans out and how quickly they sort of start rotating.
Yeah, so far most of the teams have already taken their jumps from the skies, and they are right now with their parachutes trying to go to the desired locations, but we're yet to find where the circle is going to be. I sort of predict it's going to be towards that Yasnaya region, but I want to know from you, Fixers, before we get the circle, what should be your prediction?
Well, I'm kind of anticipating something happening around Mansion, right? Around that Yasnaya circle. It's been high time we witnessed one of those, and maybe this time our wishes might just be granted. But here we have the boys from Brawlers already taking a leap. We've got to see where they're going to be heading out. But an hybrid circle at that little bit of intersection, as you can see around Rozhok, has always been so critical. But this is so hard to predict, right?
Yeah.
You tend to think it might go around Rozhok, then it suddenly shifts towards maybe Water City. There's a slight chance that could go towards the Ruins area. There might also be a slight possibility that it kind of tend to go around the southern side of the shooting range, as I can hear some bullet shots right in the fray, as I believe it is the player of DTW, maybe having spotted out Dark, taking a few shots up.
There's a bird in the sky. Let's shoot it down. But no, wait, Zolo has got some weaponry for himself. Oh my god, Team Brawlers, they are on the receiving end of some stuff. What? They've been completely eliminated.
How? Were they just playing with two players? Because all I could see is 62 players still alive. I think that just could be a visual glitch. And there's the confirmation coming in from the production. It is indeed a visual glitch. Let's just pretend we did not see that. So
Yeah.
Brawlers are still in contention, still doing pretty well. But for now,
Not well.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they're surviving, that's fine. They've made it to their places. But look at Team Patriot, right? Joker caught out right in the open. It's going to be the boys from Sa, right? Has a Mosin Nagan.
Yeah.
And he does not want to let him go. But I think he's playing around with an iron sight. It's going to be interesting if he can actually connect that shot.
But for Joker, though, I don't see him finding any sort of room away from this region. Right behind the haystack with a shotgun in hand, with no utility to kind of aid him to get out of that position. As long as King WNL from Sa Esports is watching his region, watching his location, I think he's been completely marked.
Oh, indeed, he has. But for now, it's going to be interesting to see if you can actually get the better out of him. Because this is the moment he should be starting to get his loot done, right? He's got to make those hard calls. He's going to make sure that he gets his proper loot, because he's got that helmet, he's got that little armor to work around with. But look at the meds, he's got nothing. I'm pretty sure not a lot of grenades as well. And finally has decided to just back off and mind his own business, get some loot done, head inside the circle pretty early on. As right now, even in the map, a lot of teams are still using their vehicles to try and traverse around the land.
Yeah.
And I think, like anticipated, we're sort of going to have a little the slower start. And the only reasoning is because the teams want to have a good start to the day, right? They do not want to do something pesky,
Yeah.
do not want to get into early skirmishes and then lose out on their players and eventually have trouble. So slow and steady is what these teams are up to. But it's rather surprising to see 3 teams down at the southern military island.
Yeah. But Fixes, I just can't help but wonder what happened with Brawlers. I mean, they were trying to drop to their desired location, and suddenly they just got shot down. Is it usual?
No, I mean it's usual, right? Because there's nothing out of ordinary happening over here. All they intended to do was long glide, and in the process, you know, the boys from ISO, the boys from DTW were firing a few shots at them. That's just it. But it's a regular day affair. I'm pretty sure they're well aware of the situations, and I can see, you know, the 3 players still in the fray, if not 4 from their side. But
Yeah.
we're gonna get that little bit of confirmation pretty soon once we take a look at them. But for now, Reborn Esports right in front of us. And yesterday's circle, had they been playing in the yesterday's lobby, this could have been particularly their game, especially if you remember, you know, Zodiac started off around the center lines, ended up getting that first chicken. So, yeah, got a little bit of a tiger suit going on. Is that a tiger or a cheetah? Maybe a tiger, right? The cheetah's got that little patches.
Yeah, they're the ones with the patches. Tigers are more with the stripes.
Yeah.
So yeah, but of course a very slow start to this map so far. You can see Warlock. They've got the entirety of Yesnaya for themselves, and they can get so many grocery shopping done for themselves. So far, so good, I guess. Most of the teams, this is something which we would expect on a general healthy Erangel day. Apart from certain days where we saw most of the teams trying to go for those early finishes to get that confidence boost up and running. But the teams that are playing here, more disciplined, more playing in a rather peaceful manner. But we know that's not the way it's going to end.
Yeah, of course, because it's still the early start of the game, and we did hear a few gunshots right from the start, right? Right at the players of Team Brawlers, and there you can see, right? Brawlers have just taken that one loss, but there's one from Reborn Esports who's not even joined the lobby. I'm starting to wonder what could be more important than round 1, and of course, Reborn ready right from the very get-go. They're on a back foot, right? Losing out on one of those players, you cannot really be particularly quite aggressive, so it's gonna hurt you a little bit. So high temper gaming in the meanwhile, round for Chicky, not contested, none of the areas are, there's a really good spread around the map, but I'm still wondering, you know, where is the next shift gonna be, because ideally you would want to take those edgy compounds around Rose Hawk, but here we have the boys finally trying to loot around real OGs. I've got to see what they have to offer to the mix. They've got a few teams right beside them, but still they've been keeping themselves away from action. But for how long, that's a question.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned about Reborn and one guy not really joining. It's very similar to our friend Arka, who is still in office. He's still working on Sundays, dude.
You know, the hustle life, man, can't really help it. He's got to make all that money coming in and give us some really nice treats here and there in those fancy restaurants. But, you know, for real OGs, I'm starting to wonder if it's the right decision to just stop over here, right? Because, of course, it's their first rotation. They're sort of floating around the map, still waiting for the first circle to shrink, and then maybe have a slight idea if they've got to take that route up north, or maybe stick around Rozok a little bit. Because I would be wondering, I'm starting to get surprised because school, you've got places right beside them not being taken, but Bhule Bhatkes have spotted a few players of new team and decided to not fire. And it's understandable why, right? Horrorist, if you could see his position, he was way out in the open with no cover, with nowhere to run and hide. If new team would have decided to go after him, he'd be a dead piece of meat by now.
I love the name Bhule Bhatke. I wonder what does it mean. You've got the players in. Yeah, Hindi. right. That's why I'm not on the Hindi desk. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we've got some fast and furious action as two teams are racing against each other. You've got a buggy and a pickup for Team Ninja. On the other side for Team NT, you've got a complete cavalry.
Oh, yes. Now for Ninja Gaming and for the boys from NT, they're going to be trying to get control over the hills, maybe take those Talbot hills and then head off towards Severny or somewhere around shooting range. Try to keep control of as much northern area as possible, as you know, Brawlers off to a really rough start, losing out on one of their players. I believe it's going to be Sangwan.
Yeah.
But despite that, they've managed to find themselves a very good spot inside the circle. Now they're completely away from all that traffic that's gonna start congregating around that eastern areas. In fact, the southeastern areas of Siverny, we see a splash of colors. Everybody trying to rotate around, but I think at this particular moment, what's going to be ideal for all these teams is to try and keep that high ground a little bit of. This is a good compound to hold on to at least for now.
The northern circle again, very, very interesting. You don't have so many compounds to work with, and an enormous open space to kind of battle against. And when you kind of finish in that region, you always know that you have to be prepared with those vehicles. And that is one of the reasons why you see all these vehicles, sort of that high traffic that you mentioned about. This is one of the reasons why the players have to collect as many as they possibly can.
Oh yeah, and I'm rather surprised to see a lot of players just dropping down and getting knocked out, right? It's quite unusual because if you take a look at the map feed, right, not a lot of things are happening around the map. It's just about teams sort of splitting out for a loot and then kind of recuperating and then starting off with their rotation. But a lot of teams have already made it up north. But there's a slight chance that the circle might go down south. But there you have even Beast falling down. Mr. Scooby getting knocked out of the play zone. What on earth is happening, Salty?
I have no clue. These players are probably trying to survive as much as possible and not enter the battle zone. But anyway, this is the battlegrounds, ladies and gentlemen, and you have to enter. The fight is, but so far so forth, Scooby, FTW, I don't think he's in a world.
How could he get knocked out like this? I mean, he's inside a compound. How do you drop down? Like, I still want to figure out. And the worst part is nobody's really coming up with the rest. Finally, they did, where he's almost at the half of his HP. But Heavy have some gunshots in the nearby vicinity as Team Sa Esports. They might take a fight up against the
close.
Almost did connect a few shots though, but Joker has been taken down, and it's going to be Strike who gets that knock, and King will be the one who confirms it. Left, right and center, we do have some finishes coming up.
Yes, Team TP. You saw how his brother just ran out of the situation because he knew there's no way he could save his fallen brother over there. Team Sa was just hot on his tails, but you've seen Bomber just waiting for it. He's just waiting for the cavalry. Will he take a fight though against him? That is a question, because Team Sa, they are heavy on the move. They know that they've got to make this rotation right. They've got to gather the compounds for themselves. There's no time to search for these finishes, but in fact, they have this player. They're going for the vehicle finish.
Oh, indeed. In fact, stepping away, Bomber, he's going to look to his backlines, but that's the right amount of push coming in from Sa Esports, ensuring they get yet another finish to their name, as Arjun is going to be trying to rotate around, but he's going to realize that the moment the players of Sa spot him out, he might just be done for. But look at this circle shift go all the way towards that northeastern areas, and that is where, you know, on that eastern side, you see that little bit of a hill coverage.
Yeah.
I would love some team to get over it, right? Because you need to have that altitude. You need to have all those information as Ranjan from ESR is going to be making a run for his life. But look at it, Salty. How long is he going to survive? So, barely on 6 bandages. Now, this is the issue that happens when you tend to not have a good looting time. As the average player does fall down and will be finished off, as the Brawlers are also getting themselves on the board.
Yeah, Warlock though, they've got 2 finishes for themselves already, and they're already on the move. Now, the next objective for them is to find a good location where they can hold on to and convert it to their fortress. But by now, most of the teams have already rotated in. We talked about the northern circle. We don't really have so much space to move around. We don't really have so much space to occupy. You basically have to live on an open land. And for these teams, early rotation could have been the key, but some of them are preferring a late rotation.
Yeah, and quite interestingly, I'm kind of not understanding why we've got 9 teams outside themselves over here. Everyone sort of playing it around the circle, some way far behind. Some teams are making it all the way towards the northern side, but for Warlock, this is again one of those teams they need to understand. When you do not have a lot of utilities to play around with, when you do not have a lot of meds, might as well get inside the circle and keep yourself alive, as we do have another fight breaking right in front of us. It's going to be TCW against Deathwish Rao, as Mafia. I'm starting to ponder if it is the right decision, but you can see Bhule Bhatke from the backlines. You've got Scooby right up top over the hills, and he can certainly somehow sandwich the boys from Cobra Warriors.
Oh, the MT4 after a very, very long time. You can see that this might actually be a very critical situation, but we have an instant replay up here. You can see average play just going on to that fly, feeling himself like a Bollywood entry, but instantly gets deleted off the server. No mercy being shown as Brawlers also look to kick off their finish numbers as well. But coming back to this fight that we were having, Team Cobra Warrior, you can see the terrain is pretty rough fixes. Now both the teams have got some cover to work around, but it's about movement right now. Both of them are inside the circle, but when the circle shifts, both of them are going to have a hard time because teams are also progressing forward. You can see that Sai Esports is coming in from the backlines. You have Team OS as well.
Oh, I mean, I'm starting to wonder if this is the right decision being made by the Deathwish boys, as Sai Esports, the vehicle is burning. It just could explode at any second right about now, as Sai Esports, Mike Boy, needs to find some way to get inside the circle, as Sasuke is going to be making his way from up top. If Mike Boy gets knocked out, it's going to be a bad news for this lad, as he does not have a lot of meds to play around with, and this one grenade could change everything at all, as it goes down, but Mike Boy falling down to the play zone, and this finish is going to not be registered to Sasuke if he does not finish Mike off there.
Dude, these guys, they are at a loss for medkits and first aid kits. At this point, none of them have it. None of them have done their groceries right. It probably is because of the circle. It probably is they landed and right off the get-go they had to travel with their vehicles on. But anyway, we're going to speak about another fight that might actually brew up in the 7E region. We've got Reborn Esports and you've got the real OGs as well in the backdrop. So there might be some brewing fights that might happen, but we're still waiting for it.
Oh yeah, of course. And now this particular is going to be favoring the Brawlers out here as the real OGs. Going to be grenades out here as Tegru. He's going to just back off, and he's going to make sure that he's getting himself inside the circle. As High Temper Gaming, they're also facing the damage from the blue, which sort of keeps getting worse, especially when you do not have any meds to your name. What really went wrong with them? What is wrong with this lobby? Why does everyone...
Poor boy!
Disgusting, but we have another fight amidst us, as Apex just gets wiped off over there, as Reborn Esports will find themselves eliminated from the lobby. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the same team that started off with just 3 players.
Yeah, a man down already, now 3. They've got nothing to do so far, but you can see that you've got real OGs. They're trying to recover, resurrect their fallen player. There are teams in the backdrop as well. Team Ninja, if I'm not mistaken, Ninja Gaming, they are in the backdrop. They can capitalize on it, but elsewhere we have a 3-way affair going on. You've got Team Cobra Warrior. You've got 2 other teams in the mix as well. You've got Team Warlock, Team Cobra Warrior, both engaging in battle so far. Grenades being lobbed in. Once again, Vijay, only 1 first aid kit for himself to heal himself up, but does he have the utility to provide himself some sort of cover?
He's going to survive for now at least, but for how long, that's going to be a question, as Bhule Bhatte is going to get a knock for his team. As Warlock Esports, they've got to do whatever it takes to try and gatekeep the circle, not allow anybody else to try and come in, as Berlin right out in the open, but still not flinching to use that bandage. And I'm starting to wonder if he's going to get spotted out, as Zayden, he's going to be trying to look out for the Cobra Warriors. Indeed has a slight idea of where's Amy could be, as he gets shot at. But at the same time, look at the cojones on this lad. Not really opting for healing. Rather, at this moment, I do not know if it's the right decision to make, as Sigma in a little bit of a situation over here. You could see Mafia right beside them. Flash and Looney Tune, they have to make some move, but Deathwish officials, they've been in the midst of fights from the really very start of the game, and they find themselves in no other place right now.
Yeah, they've got the players though. They've got 3 players still awake. They're still preparing for this battle so far. You've got VIP in a completely different angle, but his position has been given out, so a lurk is not really effective in this situation. But there's a knock coming in. Sneak has actually gotten first player down. This gives him a very big advantage. They're pushing forward. They're looking for those finishes. Confirming them would be very, very important right from the start, and no mercy being shown. Ananya is still surviving though, but the rest of the players, they've just fallen.
Oh yeah, VIP for now though. We've got to see if he can get anything done at all. as 3 finishes to their name, but the big question is how do they get inside the circle? That's what I'm getting worried about. They do have a lot of vehicles to play around with, but the peripheries of the zone are already well occupied by a lot of other teams, and this is where the trouble really begins, as Mafia, if he gets even one of his tires of his buggies from the rear flattened out, and that's going to hinder his movement. But DTW have tried to take the other recourse, right? Go a lot for those buggies, have a little bit of a maneuverability coming in to the roster, as this is where you're going to see a lot of fights breaking out. Kun and Skull, they're going to be trying to rotate together, but look at Ninja has already found one of those players of Team UT, and he's going to ensure that he gets the finish, but he's getting shot from elsewhere without any meds to his name. How long is he going to survive?
Not long.
Not long.
OS Retribution, an easy finish for them. I'm not even sure if they were the ones who actually knocked him down. It's very sad for the Cobra Warriors, because they were coming down the terrain. They had the topography to fight against because they were falling completely vulnerable, and that is where the third parties came in to just feast upon those bodies.
But for now, how Spray God is going to be entering, that's going to be a really difficult question. However, he's made it safely, but he's got to watch out for his backlines, as real OGs are going to be pushing at Sneak from Deathwish, who's on a sliver of HP. He's finally managed to patch himself up, but here comes the barrel spray, does showcase his head, gets it popped off as he's going to get to be finished, and a little bit of meds to be collected, but certainly seems like they can't really find any, as we have another fight breaking out amongst us, as the boys from Warlock find themselves to be in a little bit of a dicey situation, with Berlin almost crawling, all battered in blood. Devil needs to get that revive ASAP.
Oh my god, nades and artillery. You can see the Team OS, they are definitely in the advantage, not in terms of positioning, but in terms of men advantage. You can see that players from Warlock are already reeling down, and grenades coming down their way. This is going to be very, very problematic for them to survive, especially with ISO in the backdrop as well as Team HTG.
Oh yeah, for now, Lord, at this particular moment, he's going to get all those boosters up, as this is where Hellhath breaks loose any single moment. ISO have managed to keep all their players alive. He's going to go after, toss a grenade. I do not know if that has made the mark, or has it made the distance, as the boys from HTG, Rohan's going to fall down to disaster though. One other final player remains, and it's going to be Rival. He's got that little smoke cover to play around with, try and get that revive, but with so many bullets being shot at his direction, it's going to be just a matter of seconds. He gets wiped off, and that indeed has happened, as High Temper Gaming have been eliminated by Team ISO.
But Team OS really struggling, and this is where the open circle sort of breeds problem for every single team out there. None of them actually have cover. You can see that the scrambles of buggies here and there, the vehicles are the only source of cover. The smokes gives away their position, and then one single spray takes them down. This is exactly the name of the game right now. Sasuke takes a gamble trying to use his vehicle, trying to drive his vehicle, but another general spray in his direction, taking a lot of damage.
Oh, indeed he does, as MVP switches on to his Tommy gun. I'm starting to wonder if that's the right decision to make, as, OS Retribution, they have blown each other up, as ESR Esports, they also bite the dust as they get eliminated by the Brawlers, as Berlin barely surviving on a sliver of HP, but still ballsy enough to be peeking around at so less health. He needs to patch himself up, and this is where you sort of try to get a little cocky, and you get paid back for it.
It was rather poverty over there, because he only had one bandage. You need an entire hospital to treat so many patients right here, because this is an open, barren land where most of these players are dying to survive. Team ISO, they've still got their foreman alive, and they're slowly pushing forward. The circle though is out in the open, and they don't yet, and they still have to cover 40 meters. They've spotted the real OG. DP is on his knees, and they would want to get his finish point.
Oh, they certainly want to, and ISO, they're off to a really good start, and so are the players of Team Brawlers, They're getting a lot of finishes to their name already, if 7 is the number, despite the fact that they did lose out on Sangwon pretty early on. Now, it's going to be really interesting how these teams play around these open circles. Just a little bit of a height to work on slight ridges to play a round of.
Yeah.
But look at Shredder just crawling in, one with the nature. I believe
Oh
he
my
might
God.
be able to spot
Yes,
Tigru
it's
any single
visible.
moment.
It's
all about
visible.
that trigger discipline being made as Tigru now has an idea as to where Shredder is coming in from, but still opting to go for the revive despite the fact that he should have taken the trade off. Finally does wake up to his senses, gets it, but it's too late.
Yes, ISO. They have lost one player already, but they're still pushing for it. They're pushing for it. The nade takes a chunk of damage for this guy, but Tyro is just barely surviving the drop shot. Pretty good. In fact, it was a prone shot, but he worked around it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it came down really close, right? Had he not connected that first shot over there, it could have been the end of the world. But good thing for sure is ISO did position themselves in a really good position as Thakur just hiding behind that rock. Now, giving up that smoke away sort of reveals his position as Reflex is going to be collecting as many finishes as possible to his name. As now Thakur, I believe, has spotted Reflex out. The trades need to be coming in from the players of ISO. But Thakur seems the one to be not giving up, as still had his anonymity maintained up until the point Robert lobs a grenade at his direction and finally makes him meet his makers.
Brawlers with 2 players surviving and 8 finishes to their name. They have a very high chance of gathering this chicken for themselves in spite of the fact that they lost a player so early on. This is great stuff, but they need to make a move toward the circle. And look at the balls on Rawa. This man is driving a vehicle in the circle itself. Needs to destroy those tires to actually solidify the cover for himself. But Dark is completely out in the open. Ananya is doing a good job though, staying completely anonymous in this entire circle of snakes.
You know, he could be the one who changes things around for Brawlers, right? He could be the one who can steal that chicken away from them. If not him, could just gift it away to anybody else, right? He could be that little pesky disturbance. But MVP is going to toss a Molotov at Disaster's direction. No damage done though, but certainly if his projectile has been spotted out, he might land himself in a little bit of a trouble as Henry falls down to live, as Savage has a slight idea of where his opponents are still. You know, refraining from opening up on the fire. As Ananya, he's getting a lot of information to himself. But the interesting part is that nobody has spotted him around.
Yeah, so far nobody. But I love the job that ISO are doing, because you can see they only have 3 players alive, and they have split themselves up so well that they kind of control the entire terrain that is right in front of them. Every single one is looking a different direction, kind of controlling different teams right in front of them. Brawlers though have been spotted. Ananya, that's a nice spray in that direction. Rawat almost being taken out. In fact, it's actually Dark, and he will confirm the finish for himself. But now he has to take out Rawat, and Rawat has been taken out as well. But instead, the counter fire coming in from ISO. And now it's open fire for them, because there's only one team that they need to tackle, and that is going to be Savage. Savage almost on the verge of being spotted and being sprayed down. What do you think, Fixes? Is he? Yes!
Yeah, I mean, I really feel ISO have done it. I think ISO have collected enough finishes and have a really good position inside the circle, as MVP is the last solo player standing, and this is where you get that little bit of a freedom to hover around. But still, MVP would want to ensure as many finishes as he can collect. Or is he going to change the tides over here, as Live, one of the players, has been taken down already, as Disaster might also get knocked out. Now it's 2. Now I believe it is a 1v1.
Yes, it is.
Reflex spotting
Ninja.
MVP out.
Oh my
still
God.
He clutches it out, stealing this chicken dinner from the eyes of death and despair. Wow, what an interesting stuff from this lad. Beautiful.
I'm just in awe, because this man just stands up. In times of adversity, this man stands up. It's like, it's my terrain. I'm the king. And he spots him first. Immediately drops down, sprays him out, and there's nothing that you can do about it.
I am just spellbound out of adjectives of what Ninja really pulled off. You know, they kind of lived up to their name quite literally and figuratively, hiding behind the shadows just around that little bush over there, not revealing their location. And when the time came, I really thought that, you know, ISO would be trying to hover one of those vehicles, try to bait him out. And once with that first knock, I really thought the trades are going to be coming up. It would be an easy chicken dinner for them. But no, that was not the case. As ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the quick highlights that we have in store for you. And it all started off with the Brawlers, in fact, losing out on Sound.
Yeah.
Not a really good news. But Ananya from Team Sigma, you know, gave them a run for their money. I was just wondering, when is he going to open up? And It was the right, perfect time. And he got the whole squad wiped out. Wow.
Yeah, in just one spray, he got the first man. The second spray, he got the second man as well. This one was a nice little Bollywood action sequence that we just got to see. The vehicle in the sky, and then the bullets coming flying. But of course, Brawlers, I feel like the recovery was really good.
Yeah.
After losing out their first player, the way they got inside the final circle kind of collided against most of the teams who were still pretty healthy. Yeah, but for Ananya, they just could not get the result that they wanted.
But this game was a lot confusing to me, man. I am still starting to wonder how on earth these teams could not have any meds on them. Right from the very start, we saw so many of them just falling down, getting knocked out, and then
Play zone.
Even to the play zone, for Christ's sake, right? This sort of makes you into believing that they made that hard decision of going way beyond that flight path trajectory, and you gotta respect the circle, man. Because of course we had the map feed, we had a slight idea, but there were so many areas that were right vacant, right? You had Rozhok being unoccupied along with school, apartments, every place around the center was completely vacant, and none of them really utilized. Everyone was just playing around the peripheries. But I'm pretty sure after this game is done, the players are gonna look back to the stream and look at where each other has dropped off, and maybe the next game of Erangel, we are going to be privy to a few changes being made from these teams.
Might be, but it's again very risky to kind of make changes within a match day itself. But this game was more of a heal battle within itself, right? You don't have healings to work with, and that's in a battle. Like, you basically have one bandage to work with, you have two bandages to work with, you just can't heal yourself up. You're basically fighting at 40 HP, 50 HP, and that's the challenge. And I felt like the team sort of worked perfectly around it, but most of the knocks and finishes that we got to see by the play zone, yeah, that was kind of unnecessary.
I'm still kind of starstruck on the fact, how could Team ISO throw that chicken away, right? It was right in the cusp of their mouth.
Yeah.
They were just about to chew on that juicy leg, and suddenly MVP just comes out of nowhere. But this is where it all started, right? With Team Sigma, Ananik getting that first opening knock, and still, I really thought after that maybe the boys from Brawlers would figure out his location and would deal with him. But as the panic sort of ensued, but this was again some beautiful plays being made from Reflex, and then you started to believe that maybe ISO has got what it takes to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
But that was completely stolen away as, well...
Look at the manpower on them, man. They had... Reflex was certainly on his knees, but the rest of them, they were alive. Now look at this. Reflex has again been revived, and here comes Ananya on the offense. Takes down the first Brawler player with the first spray, takes down the second one with the second as well. Now this is where I thought that ISO have it covered. They've got the manpower, they've got the entire control of the terrain. They took down Ananya as well. It is a 2v3 situation, should go in their favor considering that they've taken down the final player, or rather the penultimate player from Ninja Gaming as well. But here comes MVP, and oh boy, he lived up to his name.
He certainly did, to the clan's name, towards his name. I'm pretty sure he's going to be my MVP at the very least, but I'm pretty sure we're going to not see a lot of healing done in this particular game.
Yeah?
Considering there was barely any heals to work around with. I do not know what was wrong with the teams and how they decided to just kind of go around the edges. But even coming back to Team Brawlers right now, the moment, one of their players got knocked out, I really felt they should have gotten those trades. And but despite that fact, not to scoff a lot, as we take a look at the point standing, and there we can see, how much of a good game have these teams have had, as Brawlers still, managed to get that perfect balance, 8 finish points, and combining with 8 position points, have accumulated 16 finishes, which, considering the start they had, was a very good recovery done.
Exactly. You've got Team Sigma as well, with 5 finish points and 10 placement points, 15 points on a bad start. In fact, most of these teams around the mid-table have a good start for themselves. Obviously, the teams up top, Ninja Gaming and ISO, they are probably the drivers of the truck right now. They're the leaders, and they're going to dictate the pacing of the game in the next game as well. The other teams are going to watch out for Ninja, especially MVP and the entire team of ISO. But if you have a look at the second page, there is where you see that real drop coming. coming in, right? The real drop, 3, 2, 1, and then 0. These are the teams who kind of need to step up on the map of Miramar and maybe show some promise.
Yeah, it was all about the top 8 teams getting majority of the finishes to their names, right? We could see a lot of them having 8 to their name, and there was look at these teams over here, right? No, not a lot of big names, but Bhule Bhatke, they showed a lot of promise right from the very start, right? They were getting there, they were getting those finishes, but it was just one. But I think the moment has really arrived. The MVP certainly should be MVP from Ninja, but yeah, we can look at the algorithm, which clearly says that Tigru was indeed the one because of the massive damage numbers that he's accumulated. 909 points of damage, that's huge. Along with those 4 finishes, I think the real OGs would be pretty happy.
You know, I kind of feel like there would be an algorithmic MVP, and then in terms of impact as well, the kind of impact MVP had. But nonetheless, he doesn't really find his place in the top 5 players. Speaking of top 5 players, you've got Tigru, if I pronounce his name right, 4 finishes. You've got Iconic with 5 finishes and 687 points of damage. That's huge. You've got ISO Star Alive with 3 finishes. Ananya, of course, a very huge impact from this player as well with 4 and 528. And finally coming in Savage with 5 finishes of his own. These players have got a lot of finishes for themselves.
Oh, they certainly have. But you know, I'm gonna give comments to Ananya from Team Sigma, right? Considering the fact that right from the very get-go, they've not had a really good start, but yeah, taking a look at the match summary, I'm surprised. 9,800 points of healings. When did the teams get that much time to do that? Maybe the bandages working wonders, but just 3 grenade finishes that we can see from here. Not a lot. Iconic making those long distance finish with 251 meters. Pretty much a decent game, I must say, which was quite weird, to be honest. This was not the kind of a start that I was expecting. I was kind of a little caught off guard, considering how the circle really shifted around. And Brawlers, if they survive for so long, one of the major factors was the zone constantly favoring them. One of those teams that head on towards Siverni and did not have a lot of traveling to do, in contrary to all these other teams that they had to make those longer rotations, make those important decisions, as of which, you know, a few of them really came out through, and it was chaos all around the map, right? It was very anarchic, and I started to kind of wonder that, you know, this is where we're gonna have all these teams getting those finishes distributed amongst them, and that was the case indeed over here.
Absolutely. In fact, there were situations where we got to see some amazing Fast and Furious action as well. No drive-bys though, because every single player was driving his own vehicle. But we'll have a look at the spotlight, ladies and gentlemen, where we sort of look at the team that has performed the best. And in terms of that, you've got Brawlers once again with 8 finishes, almost 1,300 points of damage, 2 headshots, 3 assists, and survival time of 18 minutes. They were so close, but yet so far.
Yeah, so close yet so far. Could have certainly managed to get an even better finish, but a little bit of a face-off over here between Ninja and Team ISO. Both these teams having equal amount of
Oh
finishes,
my
but
god.
look at those damage numbers, man. If there were some brownie points, if there were some extra points for all those damage, I'm pretty sure ISO would have been the clear victors. But in fact, if you take a look at how clinical, how deadly Ninja were, look at those 3 headshots that they connected, and I'm pretty sure much of them came out of MVP towards the very end, when once he lied around in a prone position, you get that really good recoil going along with you. Did not have to switch on his ADS much, could play around the hip fire, and that is what he did. That clearly worked out and was enough to earn him that coveted chicken dinner.
Dude, even then, in spite of all of that stuff, I feel like that 1v3 in the end, it's still very hard to digest that, in spite of the fact that his position is being given out, he didn't move an inch.
And the worst part, you know, to add salt to the injury over there, they were spread out, man. It's not something like, you know, they were just congregated at that one little spot. They had cover to play around with. Alright, one of those players got knocked. It's fine.
Got it.
But the second knock to follow, and still no reaction being made by the third and final player of, I think, ISO. It was Reflex, I believe.
Yes.
He has to work on his reflex for sure, because it was pretty visible, right? You had the audio cue, you had it. It was not as if MVP had any cover to play around with, and should have certainly taken the trade. But kudos to MVP, man. Could see the end of things and managed to get that chicken dinner for his team.
Do the worst part, MVP even stood up to get the final finish. The man
Yeah.
stood up, prones down, and then shots down the final player. That's just amazing reflexes. Very ironical as he took down Reflex over there. But next up, we're going to move on from the map of Erangel. Next up, we've got Miramar to work with. Do you expect a similar display where the teams are go very disciplined right from the start and then probably look for finishes in the end?
I mean, quite depends upon the circle, isn't it? Because, again, how the flight path trajectory panned out, we were looking at a little bit towards that southern and the western side, and the next moment you realize a lot of these teams are sort of engaging in unwanted battles from the start, and I could not understand why they were going for. Of course, I understand you need to get those finish points up, but those first early circle is all about, trying to get as many utilities, as much loot, one vehicle at the very minimum, and teams kind of getting late in realizing that. These are the sort of amateur mistakes that you get to see from the teams in these early initial rounds, which eventually, as the round progresses, will keep on reducing. And then once we head off to round 4, that's where teams will start meaning real business out there.
Yeah.
And that is where we can see some decent number of first aids at the very least. I'm still cribbing about the fact, every single player we looked out for, Salty, he barely had just a first aid and few bandages to work around with, and was not really doing that good in terms of the ammunition, in terms of the loot. Like you said, the grocery shopping was clearly not done well. Maybe they did not have enough budget.
Maybe some crisis
Budget meaning time here.
Yeah. But speaking of circles in Miramar, I had a very interesting question where, statistically speaking, we've seen Los Leones, Chumacera, sometime maybe in the northern ends of El Pozo as well, the circles, mostly towards Los Leones. Do you kind of see the same region being preferred in this one as well?
Oh, it certainly could be, right? With Miramar, you do not have a lot of drastic circle shifts with the meta progressing, right? It's the same old circles, the default ones. As ladies and gentlemen, Salty is going to be sitting this one out as we have Arca, quite inspired, returning from his office already, all stoked up and excited for this game of Miramar. And I'm pretty sure, Arca, you were on the sidelines when you witnessed MVP clutching out that chicken dinner. What was the initial reaction? Oh, you already have given it up.
Yeah, I mean, I was screaming. I was like, ooh, kind of a thing. I mean, he sure was the knight in the shining armor for me, because it's not easy for you to have that composure when you know it's a 1v3.
Yeah.
And it's like your location is going to be revealed after you take down the first player. If not, then the second player at least. But still, even though the third player was walking around there, I don't know how it happened.
And this is where, I've got to ask you this, right, Arca? Because, at a certain point, you've got to take note of things, right? Was it MVP just really good in that situation, or was it Team ISO
would
wetting
say,
their pants?
No, I feel that, the composure was more towards the side of Team Ninja. They had a better composure because of several things. One, they had the center of the circle, so they do not have to worry about the zone eating them up. So that's the first priority. Second thing is that they have nothing to lose. They were like, we'll just go bonkers with the bullets. We're gonna make sure we connect everybody. It's 1 or 2 finishes, it's fine, but ultimately if we get the third one also, let's finish it up. And he was in between those toughest spotting grass, and that's going to be the brown grass which is over there. It's very hard for us to detect somebody when they're behind the brown grass, and these are the basics where you can actually win the game.
Maybe you're not going to get a lot of those brown grass here in Miramar at the very least, as we enter the deserts. A little bit of a look at Los Leones, I believe. And I mean, one of those biggest cities in this map and in the entire game. As I never saw this, did you see this, a huge raging bull poster? I never saw that.
I think I have seen it before, but I'm not sure. But yeah, all these things, kept aside. The reason why I'm stuttering so much, I'm still thinking about that situation.
It's hard to process.
Yeah, it's very hard to process, especially in a tournament like this. You know, you have a 1v3, you have man advantage. Just all three of them rushing together to the center of the circle, finding out this one man and taking them out. That is how it works. But these people did not do that. They came one at a time, and it's going to be easy to chop a plant one at a time rather than a group of trunks together. You know, yeah, as you said, it's hard to digest. But yeah, coming back to the map of Miramar, what's happening next is going to be the most important thing, as we all know that this circle is going to matter a lot for most of these teams, because there are teams who have attained a decent amount of finish points, but there are teams who went out very, very early. So they are on the path of redemption, and in the map of Miramar, redemption is going to be the key for success.
Oh, it certainly has to be, right? And we have few of these teams off to a flying start, right? Out of which we had ISO. Despite that little bit of a mess up towards the very end, they still had a really decent game. Nonetheless, and there you can see Ninja giving all in those smiles as, ladies and gentlemen, here we are with the second game of our evening, the first Miramar, as the flight path trajectory all the way from Campo Militar towards Valdemar. And is it safe to say that the map has sort of dissected the map into two halves? A little bit towards the eastern side inclination, though.
Yeah, I would agree on the eastern side inclination, but that's not going to matter much because it's the equal distance travel to Porto or Ruins. You know, either the corners you'll be having the same distance. So now the big question is going to be this: which part of the map is going to be heavily crowded? Because everybody will be going in for those initial knocks or probably for this early skirmish, because in the map of Miramar it's going to be very, very hard for you to pick up some finishes in the rotation clashes. So they have to go in for some initial finishes or initial knocks so that they get those valuable points early on, and the pressure is off their shoulder, and especially the teams on the bottom of the table.
Oh yeah, as I'm really looking out for the circle and even for the brawlers, right? How did you feel about the brawlers performing despite losing out on Sangwan at the very start?
That is what experience can do. It can teach you a lot of lessons. I would like to put it this way: you get punched with the strongest boxer in the world, and the next time someone else comes to punch you, you know how to either defend it or you know how to escape from it. And brawlers have that in them. Even though they lost one of their key players, they still knew how to play around in that game. And right now, as we speak about them, they're going to be facing off the side of DGs. And what do you have to say about that?
Well, the real OGs, we've got to see, what are they up to. Now, it's really interesting as to how they are positioned, right? Taking a look at the OGs, they've taken control over the arena, but that's just about it. If Brawlers manage to take control of the God building around that area over there, then that could completely change the ball game. It's going to make life so difficult for the OGs to sort of recover. But the OGs, they're going to try things around. They've got their weapons, but it's all about the spread, right? And this is something that happens to you when you sort of enter into uncharted territory, right? Brawlers might have been dropping at Picado for quite a long time, but they've not gone against the real OGs in any competitive lobby beforehand. And this is some real interesting movements being made, because in TPP modes, you've always got to find all those really nitsy angles as... ISO this time not off to such a good start, as Bule Bhatke certainly are not lost, as they've managed to get that early first finish, drawing first blood.
And Oresta with that shotgun in the beginning, and SK12 right in the beginning. I did not expect to see that gun, that finish feed coming in with that gun, from the earlier at the game itself. But the circle going to the center bottom is something which is kind of worrying me right now, because 70 to 80% of the teams are not inside the circle right now.
Yeah.
And I just hope that the circle shift all the way towards Higos, and everybody will have to travel all down south in between the waters. Then there's going to be a fight across the shores.
I mean, around Los Higos, I don't know, man. I really feel it's going to go somewhere down Los Leones, or maybe southeastern side of Minas de Val. But either ways, right? You've got a different terrain altogether. It's all going to be about those hilly areas, right? Who stays on top, who plays around the edgy shoreline ridges, and how you position. And for teams like Brawlers, it's going to be so difficult to rotate around, as we do have another fight right in front of us, as we've got OS Retribution going up against new team over here right at Impala. Now, for them, it's also going to be such a tough affair, try and get a control over that little vehicle over there and loot, because Sasuke is way out in the open and he might just get caught off in broad daylight if Pirate decides to go a little bit even on the higher ground.
I mean, that is going to be the end of the story, obviously. But OS Retribution is going to be welcoming somebody. But at the nth moment, Skull actually knew that he had to walk off the crosshairs and stick to him with not even a 1 HP. What do we call that? 0.5 HP. He survives because of the boosters which he's gained. Sticking on to the basics before he rushes into a building, as, granted him a little bit of a survival point over here. But OS Retribution is going to be really, really disappointed because they have lost X-Lord in that skirmish. I really expected X-Lord to actually take him down because he had the trigger discipline. I still remember he was the first one to pull the trigger, but the opposite guy just passed his gun and the last bullet is what it mattered.
Oh. Today's day has been quite different, hasn't it? And this is where, OS Retribution, they might be kicking themselves in the feet, like especially Lord, right? He knew where the player was coming from, and the only biggest issue was, I believe, he did not have any helmets to play around with, and this is where Tigru has opened up, the MVP of the last match, and Sangwan has bitten the dust as Ravit around the casino, as the other players of the real OGs are going to be making those moves. Now, this is where it comes down to Tigru to try and spot Ravit out, because he does spot that little bit of a smoke over there, as the other players of OGs are going to be taking the shots over at Ravit. This is going to be so difficult for Sangwan, because it's not the first time. It's happening for the second, where he's been knocked out pretty early on, as Ravit, not at the best of HPs, finally he's managed to patch himself up, as yet another Molotov is going to follow suit, but it lands directly inside the dumpster.
Now, the most important point is that strike fear in the enemy's heart so that he doesn't push in properly, but that grenade was so good, and the second one coming right behind it is going to put Ravit down to his knees, and within seconds he's going to be finished as well. Now, he's got a friend from far away, Iconic, who can actually give him some cover fire, but Iconic is concentrating somewhere else, as his attention has been grabbed away from Tigru, and we all know that real OGs are actually living up to their name, trying to dissect through the team one player after another, and this is the best way to take down the Brawlers, according to me.
Yeah, I think, what the initial intention of Team Brawlers was, like I was anticipating, they wanted to go for a big spread, right? Try to engulf the players of the real OGs, but on the contrary, how does that strategy get countered? All you've got to do is, move in together, and that is what they did, right? Tigru finding an off-angle knock onto its Sangwan, and then the teammates of the real OGs, in fact, the teammates of Tigru managed to push in together, find Ravit in a very compromising situation, as it all comes down to the boys, Iconic and Dark, as Sangwan somehow has been given that revive while all that commotion was happening. Ravit has lost out on his HP. Iconic still hiding though, but for how long? As you can hear all these 3 footsteps, he needs to start opening up. And this is where the other players of Brawlers need to act. And that is where Sangwan gets a very important knock, and Dark ensures he gets that finish. Now evening out the scores. It is going to be a 3v3 battle.
I really love the way this fighting turning out to be. Both the sides looks like, one team is obviously having, a lot of experience, whereas the other has a lot of composure, has that, vibe of trying to get in and get those finishes for themselves. So real OGs, I know that they are also pretty much experienced at this point of time, but these two bulls locking horns is going more entertaining than usual. Now, Takur OG could be the person who could actually detect the both of the players. I hope that his eyes and ears are open at this point of time, as OGs are the only people running around. Look at what's happening over there. Takur gets taken down. Brawlers know what they're doing right now. Probably the last man standing. He'll have a lot of hard work right now, because they know very well that it's going to be hard for him to, climb up the stairs, try to go for a revival or something like that. But all these things said and done, Brawlers are looking the strongest when it comes to this fight.
Oh yes, finally getting that upper hand, and Iconic says, welcome to my turf, and staying in those off-angle situations, off-angle positions. All Team Brawlers are going to be doing is wait for the smoke to dissipate, and once it does, that is where we're going to see that push happen as Brawlers, despite losing out on Rawat from the very start, have managed to recover so well. But this is also still defendable for Tigru if Brawlers, start counting their chickens too early, because again, this is one of those god buildings that I've been talking about. It's so difficult to push against. Now, one good thing about them is they're still in contention of the circle. They're still inside the zone. And Picaro is really good place to loot around. But in the meanwhile, Sangwan is trying to find as many grenades as he can, try to at least knock out a player before making that push, because it's going to be so dangerous to try and do that if the crossfires are set up right. I really believe that Iconic should have still held on to that building, but here comes the push coming in, all pushing in tandem to each other as the crossfire is set up properly. They're kind of trying to go in for those pre-fires, finally have a slight idea as to how the players are positioned. Smoke might really help the players out of Brawlers if they kind of try and go in directly onto its Eternal, but going off with Sanhok, have found him, I believe, as Sanhok finally will fall down. Iconic does the job as it all comes down to Eternal, who's going to be taking a jump ahead from here and would want to make a run for his life. But are the players of Brawlers going to let that? They are hunting, they smell blood, and they surely want to get their sweet revenge.
And I do believe that it's going to be very easy for them to take this last player down. Sangwa is coming from around. A very good call coming in from him. Eternal is trying to push in, but eventually a 1v3 is going to be very hard on foot. Rather, it would have been much better when they were lying down. So this finish is going to be boosting the confidence of Brawls a lot, because they've taken on one of the most experienced teams over here. They have control of the zone. They have some decent amount of loot as well to work around. From here on, they're going to push and try to hold the high ridges, I believe. And that is how it's going to be easy for them. Now, we're going to be going and seeing the instant replay of what has happened the other way around. There was this push comes in against the side of OS. Skull with that point HP. Look at this. He immediately goes in, and that's the best part of it. When you're rushing into a house and you find somebody holding the crosshair, you better be at the corner of the wall or at your back against the wall, or else the enemy is going to run right in front of you.
This is what I was talking about. I'll just come down to that a little bit later. But for Rawat, I mean, he had to be the sacrificial lamb, right? He had to be the cost that Brawlers needed to get that res back onto its Sangwan. But talking about that little fight over there, Lord, you could have clearly seen, had no helmet and no vest to work around with, and hence got knocked out so early. And even if he had a level 1 helmet or maybe a vest to work around with, and could have been a whole different story. And now that is where AKM tends to be so deadly, right? When you do not have your armor on you, you tend to take pure damage, and it is such a lethal weapon. And one of those shots hit right at the head. So you're talking about almost around 96 damage being dished out. I think 48 being the damage numbers on AK, if my memory serves me right. I could be wrong though, but I think it was around 48, the most damaging weapon though. But again, that is what I wanted to say, right? It's just 2 bullets that it took to get that knock, despite being on such a back foot as the boys from Deathwish. Now they have taken control over the Los Leones God building. Now this is a perfect setup, right? They're gonna set camp over here, have a little bit of a bonfire, get some grill, maybe some barbecue. But this is a shift that I was sort of
for
not
the zone to go towards them, and that is what exactly happens. Now, one more thing which I want to differ with your opinion would be that, you said in case he had a level 2 helmet or a level 1 helmet or a vest, it could have been better. The point was the opponent just crossed over you, and it would be very tough for you to take that ADS and turn around and immediately take them down. As we speak more about that now, Deathwish officials have found out that, Arjun is trying to come in a bit more closer. His location has been compromised, due to which it's better he falls back or stays undercover, because with all 4 players of DW watching at him, it's going to be hard. For now, it's another fight going on. It's going to be TCW versus Horistic. He exactly knows how to take the fight, Bulebak, Horistic. He's going to be pushing in harder. That is the peak I always speak about, when you know an enemy is coming closer to you, try to avoid going right into his face, but rather go in through a peak, which is going to give you a small survival chance. Now, Horistic is trying to push in and gets taken down. Will be confirmed as well. And I just love the way this game is going around. I really thought that Team Cobra can actually take it home, but That was a very, very good gameplay coming in from the side of average player.
You know, both these teams making equal number of mistakes and equal number of good plays. But for now, the Cobra Warriors already have two of their players down on their knees. And this is where, the Cobra Warriors need to ensure they get one more knock out of Bhule Bhatke, as the nade goes at player 6 direction, does not do any substantial amount of damage. As Scooby's grenade finds Amy though, and this is where Bhule Bhatke can go after with the push, as Ninja, the lonesome survivor for his team, as the first aids are going to come in handy, as they need to also prioritize that revive onto Zayden.
Yeah, I do believe that, they could have gone in for a revival. One player could gone in for a revival, as the other one can actually push in. I know this grenade could be the job for the side of Bhule Bhatke, but they need to rotate a little more towards the eastern side to have complete information about the side of TCW. Now, let's see whether they'll be successfully doing that. But for now, they're going to be very, very happy with two players standing inside the shacks. They were able to get that. HTG is also joining this party. The third party might be possible if they can hear the explosions of the grenades, and they're not far away for it.
Oh, they certainly aren't. And for now, the play is happening around the peripheries of the circle, as Scooby knows exactly where Amy is. He's going to be shooting at his direction, as the cover fire is being provided from the backline. Finally learns from his mistake, does patch himself up as the knock comes in, courtesy to Ninja. He's going to be taking the player down, but for now, Ninja all by his lonesome. He's going to fight against the wall, as Zayden manages to clutch it out, and Bhule Bhatke, they certainly do not seem lost anymore, as the Cobra Warriors have been defeated.
The Cobra Warriors could have stuck when the time was right, when they had two men on their knees and two of their enemies were inside from Bhule Bhatke. They could have just rushed in and tried to take them down, but still they were just trying to put some grenades to avoid them from taking those peaks, which did not go in their favor. Now the zone is still going to favor the side of Los Leones. That is going to be favoring one team holding the highest ridge over there. Now X4 is also one of those teams who are still inside. Now the other teams are facing the wrath of the zone itself. We can see from the bottom left western corner towards Tumasera, there's a team which is actually suffering because of the zone. Ninjas on the other side, this is the team to watch out for. There's one player again gets taken down. That's going to be Ninja Henry out of the zone. I don't find this, healthy for teams not to carry the right kind of medkits as they make it inside the circle, because the healing in the previous match itself, there was a lot of healing points. That is because on the way into the circle, they had healed themselves so much that as soon as they enter into a fight, they did not have much healing. So that is how the healings were also possible, but there was not enough medkit for the fight.
And I'm starting to ponder, like, this time again, we had a rather certain circle, so teams did not get a lot of time to get those loots up. But for Bhule Bhatke, they just won that fight. It was the beginning of the fourth circle. They should have gotten that revive up. Starting to ponder if, both these teams ran out of those first hits, and could have clearly been the situation, as Team Patriot haven't really made a mark for themselves, but this time going up against the players of SA, who are going to be enjoying that little high ground to themselves, as Joker is going to try and drop Molotovs absolutely everywhere, trying to flush the enemies out of cover, but certainly hasn't succeeded till now, as the Patriot is just hiding inside those compounds, just playing around the edges.
Now, there's a question I need to ask you in this situation. You know that there's a wider perspective for the teams over there. They can be behind that. There's a lot of area behind that. Even if you put a molly, they can escape and fall back. So what's your purpose? To knock them out, or to strike fear so that they go back and you can go a little bit above the horizon and try to detect where they are?
There were unnecessary utilities, right? It was not a closed space where you could have used those Molotovs out there to flush out your enemies. Maybe a few grenades could have been working out, as we can see a lot of finishes across the finish board over there, as Patriot caught off in the right, rather than the wrong position, just gets taken down, as Bhule Bhatke, they're also going to be biting the dust, as SA Esports, well, for now, with 0 finishes to their name, but could certainly start increasing the tally.
Obviously, they have the zone control. They're gatekeeping a team which is trying to come inside as well. So it's going to be much more easier for them to actually take them down. But we have to look at the team names right now, where we have Ninja Gaming left out with one last player and with 0 finishes in the name. After a performance like that in the previous game, it looks like somebody's found the right equation to take them out of this game. Now, SA Esports on the other side, they have got 0 finishes as well, with all 4 men standing. It's time for them to pick up the pace finishes and actually use those lead to, you know, put bodies down. Or else from here on, as the next circle forms in, everybody are going to go so close to one another. It's just going to be havoc and very hard to find some finishes.
Yes, it is going to be chaotic pretty soon, but a lot of teams are just playing around the peripheries as we're going to see yet another urban circle, or maybe not. Our answers are going to be granted in just a wee bit time as the players of Team Patriot, they're going to start making their way inside the zone, and there you have it. Well, a lot of teams are inside the periphery, rather around the centers also, so it's going to be interesting how are they going to approach this, because the circle has shifted a little bit towards the lower lands, and now Killchor is going to try and lob a grenade at Sa's direction. Mike being on the receiving end of things. As Smoke also follows up. And look at King and Clutch 69. If they can sort of try to advance a little bit, try to catch the players from the right hand side, which King is indeed done. Finding that headshot over there, getting that opening knock as Sa Esports can really capitalize on it. As Krishna also out in the open, but my boy runs out of bullets over there. Instantly switches his weapons as the entire horde of Team Patriot is charging in from one particular direction. As Strike just going to be jiggling and jangling through, still not being able to find any knocks. Instead does that with a mini 14. For Christ's sake, is Bomber still holding the flank over here with that M4, managing to get that knock. Now in a final duel, will fall down to Strike eventually as Sa Esports get the better out of Team Patriot, deleting them from the server.
I mean, every single thing what Patriot did over there, I felt was wrong. You know, they were fighting against the time. They were fighting against Horizon in front of them. They were trying to take a uphill battle. All these things is wrong, but what a shot coming in from the side of King. I mean, you need to be maintaining that recoil very well on that AK with a red dot to get that shot connected to that head.
Oh, yeah, he certainly have to. I mean, he had to be so precise, and he's just not done that one, has done it twice. For Christ's sake, as Warlock Esports are in the receiving end of things. One of their players knocked out. Mafia just roaming around in the open as he finds someone. Look at the cojones on this player. Deathwish officials certainly have it all marked out, right? On that death note, they've got their names of the opponents. As Iconic losing out on Sangwan yet again as the helm comes down to him, as he's going to try and get himself inside the zone successfully though. Has a position but has to ensure that his teammate also makes it in due time, hence that little smoky cover built for himself as they decide to go after the players of Warlock as Berlin almost not getting connected, does not get knocked.
I mean, this is where, you know, all those, you know, all the grinding you have done all these days comes into question. In the pressure situation, when you're not able to control your recoil well or probably move your radius well, you're going to question your self-confidence. And if you can overcome that, you know, question, you surely can perform well. Now, we're going to be looking at how much Brawlers are going to go forward from here with 0 finishes so far. They've lost 2 of their key players especially. Now, Iconic and Dark, I know they're capable of a lot of things, but they need to understand which team to take the fight with. But they're actually taking fight with more than one, whereas HTW gets finished off. HTG on the other side, Rohan will be the last man standing, and ISO is one of those teams I'm looking forward for. With 4 finishes already in their name, they can do a lot of wonders because they have one side of the map completely open for them and a lot of bodies in front of them to get the right kind of resources.
For OS Retribution, this is the game that they might be looking out for, right? Having the players alive and the majority of them, but Deathwish, they're on a whole different level right now. As Arjun all by his lonesome, the grenades coming in from Mafia. Has it made the mark? No, not yet. As Sneak is going to be sneaking in from the other side, as the Brawlers are going to be eliminated by the players of Warlock Esports. As in the other side, Arjun, he's going to face a lot of retaliation. Nice to get that one knocked up, but can he follow it up with yet another? And indeed, it feels like he's done. So Arjun still somehow keeping the fight on for his team at very low HP. He's managed to take him off his one. But 2 player eventually falling down to VIP. But this is where his other teammates come chiming in against Bakshit. A beautiful crouch toggle going in as the Deathwish somehow survived the onslaught.
I mean, I really love what happened over there. You know, the team which was rushing got taken down, but for now we are going to be looking at the side of Team DS versus Warlocks, where Warlocks killer also gets confirmed. I don't know where the rest of his teammates are, but two of them just got finished over here, and it's important for them to maintain the momentum, because from here on, the number of players who are going to fall down is going to be multiplied by 3, as everybody have come much more closer in the 6th circle. Now SAH on the other side have knows where Leafrex is. Oh, minute missing over there. I would like to say a pinpoint precision for sure, but if the crosshairs was a little below, it would have been much more better. But Reflex is going to be very, very happy that, you know, he was not caught off in that mini shot.
You know, this is where, you know, those bridge advantages can really come into play, right? You might feel like you're connecting those shots, but they do not go. As a beautiful Molotov comes out of OS Retribution, a sneak, he's just going to be burned down to a crisp. How long can he survive? Though has somehow managed to keep himself alive, as this time Deathwish, they're going to make that move as TIT has been taken out of the picture.
Oh,
but
nice.
Zolo gets a trade onto it. Spray God, as he's going to keep on marching in. As Sasuke, he's going to be trying to put off a resistance over here. It's not going to matter down to anything at all, as Deathwish, one after the other, they're getting those knocks secured, as somehow Alpha steps out in the open, needs to switch onto his AKM, but instead just gets wiped out. OS Retribution somehow surviving by the skin of their teeth, as Deathwish officials have been eliminated.
I really love the way, you know, the last player came as an element of surprise. You know, they did not expect him to come through the smokes, and he was a hero for the team for sure. Now Team Sigma on the other side, they are throwing grenades to the right corner with ISO spreading around. Now ISO have to realize that they can't spread around more, but rather trying to concentrate that they have to make it inside the circle. Shredder is going to be grabbing all the attention as he moves away. Reflex has got a very good chance to actually strike against the side of Team Sigma, as OS on the other corner is going to be happily lying around with 8 finishes what you have gained, and they do not have to do anything much. SAH is also one of those teams, you know, who have control of the game as well. So now it's a 3v3 situation. Everybody has got equal ample amount of loot for themselves as well. We have to see which team is going to be finishing on the top.
Oh, it's going to be really interesting. It all comes down to how Team Sigma can deal with Team SAH, and indeed they found that opening knock. Looney Tune managing to take down Mike Boy in the process, as Ananya, he's going to try and get Clutch 69 maybe, as the Mexican standoff has already begun right in front of us, as Looney Tune lies out knocked in the open. It's going to be really difficult to get the rest back up on him, as Ananya is going to take quite a lot of damage, has certainly managed to make it to cover. With time remaining, has patched himself up as well. But the big question is, Arka, how does he get inside the circle?
He can rotate left for sure. You know, he can rotate to his left where there's big chunk of smoke, and he can just ride right into an enemy's territory and try not to get taken down. But right now, Strike knows his exact location. He does watch his backlines, but he was not clever enough, and eventually the whole team gets eliminated with 10 finishes towards the side of OS. They look a little more stronger because SAH Mecha Boy has got very less HP. He has to heal for himself. I really want to see which team is going to take it home. HAS lost the player. That means he's confirmed as well. Even though they have control over the zone, we have to see how well they can execute it. Strike again knows the exact location of that, you know, player. Now we have to see the push coming in from the side of Clutch 69. Let's see whether he'll be able to find those two players on the opposite side. He's gone way too closer for this person. He can only rely on information as of now. He sees the player, confirm one, where the other person has stand up on his knees, now comes into the crosshairs of Striker. This is going to be a fight to the finish, as Spray God is having his crosshairs all set on him through the windows is what he's trying to do. Strike is lying down, hoping that the vehicle doesn't burst. He's opened his mini, rather goes in for a healing because he's got a little bit of opportunity. Strike has come down to 5 HP. He goes in for a healing, giving a little bit of opportunity for Spray to actually push in, but Spray is also going to boost himself up. This fight is going to end in a very, very beautiful way.
But Spray God still has that advantage a little bit because he's got the circle favoring him. But somewhere down the line, really Strike has to make a move. And if he does not, he's done for, right? He's going to take damage.
Gone.
And now Spray God, he's going to be cooking that grenade over there. And now we've got to see if or anything at all can manage to dish out a little bit of damage. In fact, he has a little chip damage being done as Spray God. He's going to use out all those utilities. He's had all those boosters.
And
as
the right thing to
I
do.
really believe he's out of ammunitions on his arm, and this is where this game could completely go into the favor of OS Retribution. As Spray God, no difficulty for him, just peeks, and there you get kaboom, a beautiful winner chicken dinner coming in for the boys of OS Retribution.
I mean, agreed on one good point that, when you have the center of the circle, the fear is not in your heart, but it's in the heart of the enemies who are playing around in the corners. We did talk about this even in the previous game, where we saw there was a team to the center and Ninja MVP could actually clutch it out. Even over here, the confidence of the player at the center, and the most important thing for us to observe over there was he boosted himself completely. He knew that, even if I have to go for an head-on frontal battle, these boosters are going to keep me alive until I jiggle out and make sure that I land that final bullet. So I'm really, really happy to see some basics being taken by these teams, and such basics can take them a long way.
But Team SAH could have done certainly better in terms of how they approached that final fight. We're going to talk about that a little bit later as that moment arrives in front of us. As we take a look at the highlights, Bhule Bhatke were off to a really good start, going after the players of ISO. And this is where I really felt Lord could have certainly done better, because honestly, first of all, his positioning was wrong. Secondly, he had no helmet and vest on him. Thirdly, he heard the player, for Christ's sake. Look at him. He just marched in. He was in such a narrow. Yeah, exactly. That is what you're supposed to do, right? When you know that you've got that element of surprise to work out with, you could have really gone back a little, gains a little bit of cover, and then just a little peekaboo and get the job done. But a beautiful 4v4 fight visible by the players of Real OGs and Brawlers, where they did manage to come out through someone getting knocked out early, but still managed to get that opening knock as Iconics and Sangwan, the duo, did get the squad wiped out over here. But the Real OGs, I mean, there was a point where, this was their fight to win, kind of threw it out of the windows.
Exactly. So you shouldn't divide yourself, and that's the most important thing in the map of Miramar we keep speaking about, because you tend to go away from one another. That is when you lose. But Team Cobra over here, Vijay was actually doing an amazing job. And one best thing about him is that before he went down, he did confirm a player, and he was like, I'm going to take one as I bite the dust. Now, I don't know how to explain about this one team where everything was going right for them, but ultimately they almost lost it against the side of Team Cobra. But from then on, after this fight, they had another fight to take place where they got erased.
Oh yeah, and for Bhule Bhatke right now, after they kind of survived, I'm starting to ponder if they had any healings at all, because Scooby, he was not given a res. I do not know what was the call out on that. But a little bit of team
There were
synergy.
crates where they could have looted as well.
Yeah, but like we are seeing, right? We barely find any first hits on any of these players. They're tending to use it all up. This is again one of those fights where you've got to give it to Strike, right? The kind of display that he had with that mini 14 event towards the end, just wiping the better out of Team Patriot. But again, now bringing the discussion back to that final fight, we're just going to witness that in a little while, right? For Team Sigma, they had no choice, right? They had no choice. They had nowhere to run. They were right out in the open. The moment they kind of get inside the zone, there's going to be someone getting taken down. But even Deathwish, I loved how they played around, how they won that little fight over there. But towards the end, Clutch, he made that movement, right? He made that movement towards the final player over there, towards Spray God, who was the lonesome survivor. It was a 1v2 situation.
Almost
and
a 1v2.
He was being provided cover fire. But despite that fact, despite having all that information, he by mistakenly went after the knock player to finish him off instead of the alive player that was right on the back line.
Yeah, but as we step into that fight, you'll understand more. But as I speak about this fight, this is the team rushing inside a person, and every time they rushed into somebody, they got taken down. Or Deathwish gave them a taste of their own medicine. As soon as they started to push in against the last player of Deathwish, VIP was able to, fight the, put the final nail in the coffin. Now, we are going to be stepping closer to the final fight, which we keep speaking about. Before that, there are 3 to 4 teams which you need to talk about. One is going to be Deathwish, who were blessed with the zone from the earlier on itself. They exactly know how to play around with the circle. They were holding high ground as well. They could have tagged out a lot of people. But other than that, there were some grenades also being tossed from other teams like Y4. It was all a great game. But until and unless you come to the final moments.
Yeah, and Deathwish, they did whatever they could, however they could, to survive, and they did a decent job with that. But we're finally coming to that real point where, really, I felt that, SAH could have certainly done better considering how OS Retribution were in such a bad spot. And this is where, I used to just gifted their finishes to these players, and they went along with it. And the boys from Sigma were kind of a little complacent. They needed to understand that did not have a lot of room. They should have maintained a little bit of stealth, let the fight begin maybe between OS Retribution and SAH, and then be the scavengers. But this is where we're going to finally witness, the little push coming in as... look at Strike. This is the perfect point where he should have actually shifted to his mini.
This is what I was speaking about.
Yes.
That knock person was acting as a shield, and that is why he couldn't find the last player. And that is something which I've been seeing lately and which I love the most. And OS Retribution, I'm sorry for cutting you through. OS Retribution Spray God, look at the confidence he's holding, He knows that he's boosted up.
He's calling him.
Yeah, he's eventually calling him. He's like, come, let's see who's going to win this, because I've got the zone, I'm boosted up, I've done everything right with my basics, and all I have to do is land 5 bullets in your face, which is going to be easy. So is that a new meta where a knocked player tries to act as a shield to a person standing, or is it been there from the inception?
Yeah, it's sort of been from ages, right? This is an age-old tactics that teams have been deploying. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the point standings and find for ourselves as Team OS Retribution have managed to get another, rather an amazing chicken dinner with 12 finish points to their name. But this is where I really felt SAH Striker could have done better. Once his teammate was pushing, he should have been the one shifting onto his mini rather than staying on his arm, because he had 4 times
and he had time to go to the center of the circle. That's my whole point.
They could have pushed in together also, because at the very least Spray God could have looked at only one particular direction, right? A little bit of communication error, few rookie mistakes, completely understandable, as Sigma ISO being consistent than ever, back-to-back, good top 3 finishes for these two teams, as OS Retribution and SAH have made a mark for themselves. But Brawlers, despite that one beautiful squad wipe right at the very start, all they could manage to accrue is just that one placement point.
Yeah, and also one other, bad story for them to say. And now on the bottom of the tables, we're able to see the names which we least expected. That is going to be the real OGs from one side, and Ninja Gaming, the team which actually performed so well in the previous game. After you perform well in one game, teams like Team Cobra Warriors and Ninja Gaming, there's going to be a little bit of expectations. You're going to start brewing some fans for yourself who will expect you to perform better, and that consistency is going to give you a lot of fan base. So that is going to be happening in the days to come. But now MVP is going to be from the side of Team OS. That's going to be Sasuke, who really was performing well from the beginning. He was trying to lay around the news dunes. He tried to attack when necessary with 787 damage. He was able to put up 4 finishes for the team, and he'll be really happy to get those 3 assists as well.
Yeah, a lot of a huge morale boost for the boys from OS Retribution, right? Did not have quite an interesting start, but towards the second, they managed to get on top. But as we take a look at the top 5 players, the first 3, there you have it, Sasuke Alpha and Spray God. In fact, Spray God being the hero, clutching it out for his team, getting that 1v2 and making sure that they are the ones who get that juicy chicken, as Looney Tune from Sigma
Team
again.
Sigma, he was doing a good job.
Mark. Yeah, as even Strike towards the end. I think that one fight against Team Patriot, I really loved that. What it did with that Mini 14. Not a lot of players are well versed with instantly switching weapons and still just tapping it around, and it's quite a bold decision these days in round number 1 when you're witnessing Mini 14s instead of the usual M4 that we're so used to. So that was a different kind of a taste that we got to see, and that is something I loved. But that this happens to the best of the teams, best of the players, even at the best of the days, right? It was just that one little mess up that they had, but despite that, Sahav managed to hold on to a really good position. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading over to the match summary, as we have some another 300 plus long distance finish coming in from Sasuke.
Yeah, and the healings yet again going to the 9,000 mark. As I said, most of these teams are healing outside the zone, and as they make it inside the circle, they're going to be left out with very few med kits or health kits for themselves, where they have to take a fight, put players down, and then try to loot their crates to attain some meds for themselves. Now 2 airdrops were looted. I did not see it much apart from the helmet, level 3 helmet and vest which the last ninja was holding. And vehicle finishes. See, I've always loved to see vehicle explosions bringing people down, and we have seen that happen before in several tournaments, and I'm waiting to see those here as well.
Oh, we certainly are, but there was not a lot of vehicles being trampled over the human beings. As we head over to the FT craft, as always, Retribution, you could see those little high towers today, right? Not in comparison to yesterday, where it was a lot of high-rise buildings.
Yes.
Today was being a little downslide, but again, a few teams did make their mark, did make their presence felt. But for high temper gaming, right, 2 back-to-back bad games. Now, I think, when you head along to the map of Sanhok, that is where things could change. As we take a look at OS Retribution's, statistics as we head on to a squad spotlight, and we take a look at how their team did perform. It's going to be 12 finishes to their name with 2199 points of damage. A really, really amazing chicken dinner. In fact, perfect gameplay.
Yeah, and I really like the numbers being repeated every single time. Even in the previous match, if I remember, the damage was very similar to on 2199. The squad face-off between ISO and Team Sigma, where both of these teams had a capability of making it until the final circle. I do believe that, they have done the job so far, because it's all about being there in the top 8 of the group rather than fighting it out to the finish like in the further stages of the game. The damage of 1200 shows that ISO was a little more aggressive than the others, but for Sigma it was all about precision with 2 headshots and 5 assists for themselves.
Yeah, and more than that, like you said, right, both these teams are sort of evenly contested. The first game we had Ananya, who pulled off all that magic around, just clutching it out against Team Brawlers, where you really thought that, you had high expectations from them. And a lot of weird things are, of course, happening over here. But despite that, I really like how Team ISO and Team Sigma have managed to maintain that little consistent run, back-to-back good games. And now they're all feeling confident, right, with their morals completely out of the roof. Now heading into the map of Sanhok, this is where they need to hold on to their horses, because if they manage to have a decent game in Sanhok, they somehow have solidified the position in the top 8, and the remainder of the 2 games they can literally go all guns blazing.
No, 2 things are there for here. It's a game changer map for many teams, right? Let's consider Cobra on one side. Let's consider the side of ISO on one side, because these are the teams who want to capitalize as quickly as possible. They are more on the aggressive side comparatively. So I'm wanting to see if any team will dare to be as aggressive they were in the map of Erangel, because compared to the map of Miramar, I felt the map of Erangel was more aggressive. Even though there were early skirmishes in the map of Miramar, everybody were trying to survive until the final circle. So I want to see if any teams will choose to try and be more aggressive in the map of Sanhok. Being a smaller terrain, all you have to do is make sure that you go as a bunch of wolves, take down one team at a time and eventually take it, because you can't do that in a map of Miramar. So it's very, very important for them to understand this and do better.
Oh yeah, in fact, right now what we do have, ladies and gentlemen, is of course the next matchup online for you guys. As I had to make those call outs at Salty, because he's getting all riled up, all pumped up, as it is his cue, and I'm not gonna steal his thunder from around here, as he's gonna be dancing and drooping around. Take your stage, my man. It's your mic.
The coffee boy again back on the desk. And now, Salty, I have a question for you. Do you start to see some pattern coming in from the first and the second match, where the last man standing for both the teams were able to clutch it out in a really, really good way? I do understand it was a 1v3 in the first one and a 1v2 in the second one, but do you see a pattern slowly forming up as we step more closer towards the midst of this tournament?
Dude, I love clutches. And I love to see this happen. There's no patterns. I feel like every single player who has made it to this stage, they're so individually capable. They're so skilled that if you put them in a situation where they have to clutch a situation for their team and win the game, they can do it.
Yep.
It's about the mindset. If you believe that you can do it, your body just tends to, go to a Super Saiyan mode, that I love to call it. I'm a Dragon Ball Z fan myself. If I call it in another way, I feel like you feel that adrenaline, like this is my show, man. I am the final player and I have got to do it. You suddenly get in that mode where, you just do it.
Yeah, I completely agree on that. Most of these teams will be having their mindset and trying to get into that Super Saiyan mode and trying to get everything done. Now, there are a few questions which I want to pose to you. When you compare the first game and the second game, what is the kind of differences you found? Like, did you feel that it was an aggressive map in the map of Miramar, or you felt Erangel was an aggressive map for you?
Erangel certainly wasn't aggressive. I was casting the game and I definitely felt like there was a lot of traversing that the teams had to do. But on the map of Miramar, that wasn't really the case. In terms of Sanhok, if you like to talk about it, it just like you mentioned, it's a smaller terrain. You've got less space for these teams to roam about. And when these teams drop down onto the map itself, they're gonna have to go for a lot of these finishes early on. We've had slower starts to both Erangel and Miramar. If you speak of Sanhok, I don't think that would be the case. Even though considering that these teams are very disciplined and they would like to do their groceries right, we've seen something which is very similar. Probably for the first time, we've seen 9,000 healings happen in the first 2 games itself, which is something very, very weird to me. But I kind of feel like one of the reasons it is happening because probably these teams are not getting themselves first aid kits. Imagine this, Arka. You get one first aid kit, you use one of it, and you're healing back to 75. You have bandages to work with. That means you continuously go on wrapping the piece of paper around your wounds, trying to, decrease the pain, and that kind of leads to more healings as well. So first aid kits, again, I believe there's a scarcity in the maps because there are so many teams who are playing the games. There are so many teams who are coming in and playing in BMOC 512 to be in fact. I believe that is one of the reasons why first aid kits are at a shortage.
I mean, yeah, almost coming. Almost coming to the end of first week, or the first round.
Yeah.
Rather, you can expect all the Mets to run out of stock as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
let's see
true.
how that is going to turn out, as we're going to be jumping into the flight path anytime soon to understand where the flight path is going and how much of a space it's going to give. It looks like a very southern flight path for me, where it might start from the side of Kampong, because I'm really familiar with this flight. Every time it ran in, and oh yes, it's going to be starting from the side of Kampong and going towards the side of Tambang, flying over ruins. And now any team wants to go towards the side of Paradise Resorts or probably Camp Bravo will have a little bit of a journey to do.
Dude, absolutely, man. This flight path, even though it is a very southern flight path, it's always the case with Sanhok that you can reach anywhere you want to. It's just a little flying that you've got to do. But every single time I watch Sanhok right now, I get PTSD because you remember what happened with E-Star last day, and I just can't get to terms with it. They started swimming from the extreme right-hand side of the map, swam all across the way. It was like they were swimming for the Olympics. They reached Hathin. But anyway, ladies and
it
gentlemen,
can be repeated today because it's a similar circle
yes,
as well.
it is. Absolutely. You've got that circle over the Delta region, something which I personally prefer very much. You've got the intersection of the 3 islands where if the circle has formed, I feel like there can be a lot of problems. You have to decide where do you want to stay. Do you want to stay? But here we have a fight that is going up. Team ISO in the midst of some battle because Team ESR is right in front of them.
Exactly. Now, this is what I said. Early skirmishes is something which we can expect in the map of Sanhok. As we can see, all teams are equally distributed. That comes up to say that, one small firing from you can easily invite a third party as well. Now, ESR Esports Copycat is just waiting to see where that one player of ISO is, but Reflex was strong. Was good enough to actually run away from this fight, and a very, very wise decision. Sometimes your preparation is something which makes you win half the war.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I love to see these player POVs, obviously, because of COVID restrictions, we can't have these players sit in a LAN atmosphere where they are sitting in their sofas and there's the audience cheering for them. But even then, these player POVs, it kind of gives them some sort of information, some sort of reference on how these players are playing. You can see that the router is just right next to him. He wants that ping.
I really like it when they become extra cautious of everything. They're like, I don't want the ping to any any movement to drop down, Real OGs on the other side to the center of the map, almost close to Painan. They have to be pretty careful because they have to move in towards the northwestern island, towards the side of, Camp Alpha. Now, 3 teams are there towards Camp Alpha, and we have to see whether, the circle is actually going to shift in towards them. But I love the part from Paradise Resort to below. That corner of the shore is completely having more than 3 to 4 teams who we can expect them to clash off any second soon.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, something which is very contrary. We didn't really expect Sanhok to start this slow. Of course, there are teams who are close by. You can see ESR again still scanning where exactly Disaster is. If he gets spotted, of course, it is a disaster for himself personally. But again, the rest of the team is not here, so they can have a sigh of relief. But so far, so forth, it's been peaceful times. We haven't had a finish yet. We haven't had any sort of confirmation. Disaster is still swimming. A lot of these players, they love to swim in the tropical islands, you know, because probably it's summers, you've got a lot of these beaches around, and who wouldn't love to swim on a hot summer day?
I mean, yeah, I do understand.
Do you like swimming?
I do like swimming to an extent, until and unless it's 6 feet, because after that I I do get a little bit of phobia that I might drown.
I can't swim.
Oh, is it okay? That means
I need shallow waters.
Okay. Now we are speaking about this tropical forest where depth is just a number. Now, Ninja is going to be the team which is trying to hold Paradise Resort. They want to come late into the circle or probably late into the fights, but they need to understand this, that their key is all about being a little aggressive. And I've seen that, you know, whenever they have been aggressive, they've not only picked up some finishes for themselves, they were clever enough to, you know, also clog some movements of the opponents before they try to push in towards them. But I really like the side of TPs over there as well, you know. They have a complete island, like even they have to push to the further island, they have one full line of men waiting out for them.
Yeah, very, very problematic. I mean, we've got the map feed for us, and that is how we can actually give you out this information. But of course, when we move on to Team TP, you would understand that they're basically swimming across the river. And just like you said, there is another team. Most probably it is Team X4. I'm not really sure if it is, but there is
Spray Gods from the Ninjas, right?
Yeah,
so
Ninja Gaming, right. So they're waiting for them with open arms, and that is what the case is, right? You've got so many water bodies, you try and swim across them. You're so vulnerable because you can't fire back, and this is exactly what teams try to capitalize on. They try and occupy all the shore, the entire shoreline for themselves, so that they can get some free finishes for them. But again, Sa Esports is a lineup which I would like to talk about. What a performance from them in the last game, Marka. You were casting it, and I felt like this team, they've got potential to actually put up 44 fights against any team in this lobby.
they are capable of it, but until and unless they have a composure, and we have been seeing the team holding the composure is the team which is doing it. But the first pick already goes in the ways of Ninja, if I'm not wrong, as they have confirmed a player. First finish points might be going in their favor as we speak more about how the circle is going to be shifting in. 10 more seconds where the blue zone is going to come up, and Team ISO and another team, I think it's from the side of Star Sigma, they have to make their way all the way into the circle towards the side of Painan where nobody is available, and that's a good thing to see. But I strongly feel the zone is going to shift back into the mainland towards boot camp.
Ooh.
And if the final circle falls in over there, we can expect a lot of basics to be tested.
Now, Arka, I truly consider you to be an expert on judging where the circle is going to be. And to be honest, so far, yeah, it's in a very dicey spot where you've got 3 islands in it yet. But just like you mentioned, it's got a potential to come back to the mainland. Even I kind of have the same feeling, but then I would love to be, I would love it to be on top of a water body. You know, let it be on a stream, let it be on a river. I don't mind, because let these players swim. Let us have different elements of earth into it, and so that we can have some variety as well. Variety is the spice of life, ain't it, Arka?
It is a variety is a spice of life, and that's why most of these people choose to not only go for firepower but also some grenades. But ISO Star making the biggest mistake. He thought that the shorelines were absolutely clear, and that is where ESR Esports comes and surprises them with the right kind of knock, which could be converted, or which can easily be converted into a finish if they have, you know, if they hold on to their nerve. They shouldn't think of going in easily and taking the player down. From far off, Arjun does the job for the team. Now through the shorelines, you know, they have some bridges where they can easily make it inside the circle into Tambang, and it's going to be pretty much easy for them to do so. But towards the side of Tambang, we can see that there are teams which are driving around and which can give them an opportunity. ISO Shredder is on the path of redemption. He does want to take down a player. He does take down Arjun because he was laying flat on his belly, having the right kind of recoil, and he was able to put him down. Now the confirmation is going to be pretty hard, as Disaster is just going to be spraying over there, waiting for, you know, a player to get finished. We can see in the, you know, in the camp that, you know, the person who got taken down, that is going to be probably Starlive, is come right next to him telling that, you know, just keep it over there, just keep bringing them down. It's going to be much more easier for us to attain that winner.
I mean, I'm not sure if that's Star Live, but if it is, then I would love it. But there was a lovely piece of retaliation from ESR Esports. I felt like they were sort of very vulnerable considering the kind of cover ISO had to work with. They were on top of that ridge where they could easily take down a couple of players over there. And they did so. They got the first knock for themselves. But the retaliation that I was talking about, bringing one player down to around 20 HP, kind of discouraged them from pressing forward in that particular fight. But here we've got Berlin from Team Warlock, and they're right up close to, if I'm not mistaken, Team SA. Now, SA, what do they do right now? They're just still doing their grocery shopping. They're still scavenging for those first aids and the med kits, because we have seen so far that there definitely is a scarcity of it. Probably because a lot of matches are being played, you know.
Yeah, I do believe that, the package has been dropped everywhere. And look at that, the chunk over there at boot camp. The circle seems to be even more shifting towards the northern side, towards the side of Camp Alpha. Let's see whether the final circle is actually going to be forming in over there. From the side of Same, we can see that's going to be the side of Team ESR, still not making it up, It's important for them as well. But one team likes to play it your way. Take a boat, come around in the waters, enjoy the view of the islands from the waters, and then make it inside. They have a very good opportunity to come close to Camp Alpha from around the island and trying to backstab the teams which is trying to hold this shorelines. And I really like that approach as well. But Shah is one team who doesn't want to hold back as much as possible. I really love the way they use the smallies to clear off any kind of doubt so that they can push in and take the territory 1 inch at a time.
Dude, I'm not really sure which team it is who is driving around on the boat, who is riding the boat right now on the seas or whatever it is. But you mentioned it correctly. Camp Alpha is an open spot. Whereas if they stop at Hatin, they would kind of receive the same fate that E-Star had yesterday. But so far, so forth, the fight has sort of brewed up where there is a sort of a cold war going on. The circle once again constricting itself towards the Delta region, the region where I absolutely love. It might return back to your boot camp just like you mentioned, but it can also form in that little spot out there. But coming back to the fight that we have in hand so far, Berlin, if I'm not mistaken, is not the only one who is got. He has got the support of one of his teammates. But here we have Team Ninja. They've abandoned the boat and all of them are swimming in the sea like Avengers don't swim, right? Avengers, and that's a wrong reference. I need to figure out a collective
The ninjas, you can call them the ninjas by their name.
Ninjas swim?
Ninjas know everything, they can hide in the shadows, they can strike when the time is right. We did see MVP doing that, when it was required. So ninjas do know their way into the map, in the map of Sanhok as well. But the next zone is where everybody are going to be challenged. I can see most of the teams which are alive over here are trying to make it into the camp, Camp Alpha region. But now Bole Batke is one of those teams, who do take the fight to their enemies in case any team tries to come into their crosshairs, and they have punished them really well. Now they have to watch their backlines as well, as another team is right above them, giving a little bit of an info to the teammates, telling that we can take this team down in case they are not watching out for their back.
Bole Bhatke, this name is just so intriguing, man. But there is a team, I believe it's a new team, who is right beneath them, and there you have it. You've got Team Cobra Warriors right in front. You've got the right amount of support where the horrorist has to kind of fall back and not take onto this particular fight. Team Cobra Warrior, they've got a lot of hard cover to work with, so there is no problem for them. In spite of the fact that they're in the low ground, they can walk around these fences and figure out the right time to strike. Considering the fact that you've got new team and Bole Batke on top of that cliff, I'm pretty sure that they can't really press forward at anytime soon. Speaking of another fight that might actually brew up, you've got Team ISO. Now, Disaster is the first scout that has moved in. He is closest to Team ESR so far, but he decides to disengage. He decides to let them go because that would be the wisest option. He's got only one form of support, as you can see on the minimap. I'm not sure where the third player is because only 3 players are alive, and this ultimately is a good option because when you've got a reduced manpower, it's wiser to sort of disengage and wait for your opportunity before you go for finishes.
And that's what a Cobra does. That's what a slithering snake does. It waits for its time and then it goes in for a strike. And now new team is one of those teams which is trying to taunt out the side of OS Retribution. The strongest teams of the bunch right now. They have been performing exceptionally well. I know that at this point of time they do not have any kind of finishes in their name, but they have all four men standing, which is the most important point for them. So towards the side of Paradise Resort from the eastern side, we can see nobody's coming in, but Brawlers are the team which is making it slow into the circle where they might get a close or they might pass or touch this the team of ISO as they make it inside the circle as well. OS Retribution on the other end, no proper kind of loot they've got, but rather they've been blessed with a probably a crate or an airdrop. That's why they've got a level 3 helmet or a vest. Now OS Retribution on the other side did understand that it's time for us to go to the center of the map rather than trying to play around in the corners, because everybody tends to do that from the beginning of the game. They play in the corners, but by the end they tend to go to the center. Now OS have all regrouped. Sasuke is going to be leading the attack any second soon.
Yeah. But again, these are peaceful times in Sanhok, and you just wait and watch where all these players are going to regroup. You can have a look at the circle again. You know, it wasn't really something extraordinary. For us, we kind of expected that. And I believe that there is a hard shift that is yet to come.
Oh.
Yes, the finish feed obviously is going berserk because there's a fight brewing up. You can see DPOG has been taken down and ESR is currently engaging. DP is completely disconnected with his teammates, and there is no way, I believe, they would go back and resurrect him. Thakur would actually go in and attempt. The Bucky is going to help him a little, and I guess finally he's been able to reach the shack, but you can see the continuous spray down from Ranjan is to prevent that player from being resurrected. But Team ESR also has to be very wary of the fact that they cannot commit deep into this fight. Elsewhere, the circle, you can see, I was talking about this hard shift right there, sort of moves a little away from the Delta region, focuses more towards the northern, but we still have 2 islands in contention, Arka.
I do believe that, you know, if you're holding the boot camp side, you're going to be having a little bit of an advantage. Obviously, you're going to have information about who is fighting at the shorelines on the other side, and you can strike when the iron is hot. But at the same time, those teams like Team Ninja, who came in for a late rotation, now understand everything else, as Brawlers have found out Taigu and they put him down as well. Now Brawlers have a very, very good opportunity as they've already done the damage. They can just rush in. As we can see, all of them are trying to do so. Iconic is getting shot, but still is not going to stop himself as he's rushing in with his teammates. Brawlers have come in a bit more closer. Thakur goes in for some blocking. This Bulls are locking on, but it's all going in the favors of the OGs. There it is. Rawat does put another person down. It's going to be Rawat inside. Doesn't watch his back at this point of time. Danka does turn around and lands that final bullet into his skull. They had a very, very good opportunity to actually turn these things around, but I don't know how Thakur could miss that, or probably was on a reload or trying to change his gun, or probably gone in for a healing. By the time he could cancel it, it was just one sweep around and the pressing of the trigger.
I have no clue what exactly he tried to do over there, because he had adequate time to actually take down Rawat, but I believe he was going for the trigger discipline. That is my personal opinion. I'm not sure exactly what happened,
No,
but
I think that he was going for a heal. I'm 100% sure.
Might be. But speaking of fight that is going on right now, you've got OS Retribution. Only one player that we have on our screen right now. In fact, we've got all 3 players on our screen. Most of them are very healthy and ready to fight. On the other hand, Ninja, one of them has actually been knocked out. So for Ninjas, it is very important for them to come out of that water swimming phase. They had to swim all along the coastline to finally reach land, and now their first form of resistance would be Team OS Retribution. Now this has always happened with every single water rotation that we have seen so far, that there is some sort of guardian angel who is preventing teams from coming onto the shoreline, and this is going to be their first form of test, or their first test that they had to undertake.
Yes, new team versus the side of Team Sigma as well as the side of HTG. Now High Temper Gaming have to hold on to the temper before they release it in the right direction, or else if another bad map, they can lose a lot of points for themselves. Now SAH on the other side, they're outside the zone. They do not worry about anything else as disaster gets confirmed. TCW on the other side is rushing in. Copycat has a little bit of information about where the team is, but he's going to be falling back and trying to hide himself in the water. But Team Cobra gets attacked from far away. That's going to be BB's trying to put them down as they're outside the circle as well. Now Copycat can take advantage of all these things, get 1 or 2 finishes in his name, and let's see whether that's going to happen as Beast has spotted out the side of BB's and he's trying to land some shots over there. He doesn't find anybody in the home, but still some knocking on the door has happened.
Exactly, this is so bad for the Cobra Warriors, because they're stuck in a rock and a hard place right now, because they've got Bhule Bhatke who are sort of falling back from this fight. So this is good for them. Disengagement from this fight means that they'll get space to move forward. But if you speak of the Cobra Warrior, they've got the copycat, that is Team ESR right in front of them. They had Bhule Bhatke a little while earlier. For copycat, it's gonna be a little tough job, because two players from the Cobra Warriors are actually progressing towards them. They will have replenished shields, they will have replenished helmets to work with as well, and I'm pretty sure they're well equipped to go for this fight. But the circle, again, Arca has shifted towards Hatin. We are seeing hard shifts after some default shifts. So this is something which we sort of expected, considering the fact that we've seen this yesterday as well. The circle generally tends to end towards the Hatin region, but here we have it, the final finish. Team Cobra Warrior, they've got themselves two finishes to work with, but only two players are remaining, and now they've got to battle the play zone. Yeah.
And they have a long journey up ahead in front of them to make it inside the circle. By the time they reach, I know there's going to be a lot of finish points being acquired by other teams, but they're going to be happy to get those position points, which is quite crucial for them in this map itself. Now, Brawlers are the team which is right at the center of the map, so they can expect a lot of attention from the others. They can expect a lot of fire against them from the others. As Brawlers have put another person down, it's going to be easier for them to finish him and get that finish point for themselves. Let's see whether they'll be able to. Sangwa comes out in the open, has to pay the price, doesn't watch his back. Rawat somehow closes the door in time, and he's going to be going in for revival. Now, they have to watch from which angle the shots came in from, so that they can give the right kind of cover fire. Brawl dark. Sangwa is going to be coming back on his feet with 6 finishes. I feel that Brawlers can actually take this home.
They might. They've got 4 players alive. But speaking of the Brawlers specifically, I kind of feel like with the amount of experience that they have, with the amount of experience in the tier 1 lobbies, the time that they have spent in those lobbies, I feel like even then they're being given very good competition by these underdogs. So kudos to them. But right now, they are probably going to be challenged by the Bhule Bhatke. Speaking of challenge, it's Changwan who lands in the spray, lands in a couple of shots. Almost 60% HP for Scooby FTW, but nothing to worry about way too much. Speaking of high temper gaming though, they might spot Beast running out in the open. Okay, Shredder, rival noob is just waiting for you.
No matter how much you're gonna call him out, he's not gonna listen to you, my friend. He's very, very busy. He either wants to make it on land, he has to heal up, he's got some crosshairs on him. Beast finally finds, high temper gaming actually aiming at him. He cuts down on his knees, and his teammate is pretty far away to come and revive him at this point of time. Rival does understand that, it's important for him to gain that finish point. If he leaves him lurking around, somebody is gonna steal it away from him. I just hope he does that. Shredder on the other side gets knocked out outside the circle. Now, Agam is kind of, in the crosshairs of the side of Team X4, and X4 is supposed to be the side of Team Sigma, and we have seen that Team Sigma knows exactly when to take people down. They're the closest to the zone as of now. They're not inside it though. They're the closest to the zone. They have a very good opportunity to gatekeep that part, but there is no hard cover, so they have to finish players and then make it inside the circle.
Approximately 150 meters that they've got to cover, but they've already sent Looney Tune inside the circle as a scout. Speaking of it, they are currently battling high temper gaming, and you can see that knocks are being exchanged. Finishes are being confirmed right now, but Smoker OP with TM249 is still progressing forward. Switches onto the Uzi to go for this close range battles. It's very important for him to deliver the death blow if he wants his team to survive here as they regroup and replenish with their HPs. And you can see the jump shots coming in. Almost a headshot that has been connected. Here it comes. The M249 sings the songs of death as he has been extinguished. And Team Sigma lose another player. High Temper Gaming are still locking horns with them.
I mean, with no helmet and trying to pull off something like that, really, really exceptional. Now, Agam has got 2 seconds before he might get taken down. I think he's fully healed up to his fullest potential. Now he'll be trying to push in inside the circle as quickly as possible. High Temper Gaming with 6 finishes already in their name. They're still not stopping until they want to take it home. But it looks like some team has put an end for the side of HTG, and that's going to be the Brawlers, and eliminating them. They're going to be happy with the 6 finish points, but not the kind of position points they've attained. Lulitoon has to watch out for this king coming in, but that grenade was timed so perfectly, or probably mistimed so badly that king had to pay the price for it. Lulitoon is ready for another person. He can hear the footsteps, and that's why the pre-fire is coming in.
Yeah.
He reloaded, he's waiting it out. He can actually push out and take the players down, but he knows that if he tries to come out in the open and not watch his backlines, he might get taken down. He sees them around, comes around, the crosshair is set up. Lulitoon is still waiting it out. He knows that they can come and get from the other angle, but ultimately gets taken on as Sa played the mind game over there, exactly knew how to lurk that person out of his home and then slaughtered him and gained those finish points.
Not patient enough, but look at what we have. We have a fish in the water. Blazy can't spot him. His reflex is down.
Oh, no.
And poor guy turns into a crate. But speaking of crates, I guess we might see a lot over here as OS Retribution lock-ons against Bule Butke. Scooby, though, from the flank, tries to deliver some sort of damage, but one guy has been taken down already.
Oh!
And here we have the shots are being exchanged, and it's absolute bloodshed, Arca.
I mean, OS Retribution at this point of time are playing it very, very safe. A good grenade has been tossed inside, does give a little bit of a damage. Scooby is kind of having a divided attention, due to which, BBs might have to suffer a little bit of a damage from both the sides. As we can see, OS Retribution are taking advantage of it. Scooby gets taken down on his knees. OS Retribution from behind takes down another player. That's going to be Spraygor doing his job, trying to live up to his name. He's got the last man standing. That's going to be Zayden. We have to see what he's going to prioritize. He's going to be prioritizing the zone, due to which he's going to be blessed with a little more of life. I know Spraygor has got down on his knees, but Sasuke is right next to him to revive. Now OS versus the BBs is going to be very, very crucial, because both of them are healing their teammates, and once they're up and running, this fight can get even more intense. But Brawlers have all 4 men standing. The right kind of thing to do right now for the side of any team is going to be making sure that they cook the right kind of grenade. Now Ninja Gaming on the other side, with all those swimming and coming inside, they made it, but pre-fire is what they're going to be getting, and due to which they might get out of the equation, which they are.
3 teams, 8 players. What do we have right now in front of us, Arca? We have an utterly dominating Brawlers team.
Easy for them.
You probably had a look at the finish period. It was completely dominated by them. This is abomination. 15 frags. Who on earth on their right mind would have it? But Bule Butke Zayden takes out nice spray. Accurate as hell. As another team bites the dust of Brawlers, all charging towards Zayden. It's a 1v4 that he needs to take out. 1v1s, he need to isolate those frags. AK goes brr, but Zayden takes a lot of those damage. And a pan finish to end it all. Winner, chicken dinner for Team Brawlers. But in what fashion? A pan! A pan, Arca! A pan!
You need to watch your backlines at any given point of time. It was important for him to look out for the enemy coming in from the left, but rather he was concentrating on the team, on the players in front of him, and he was like, let me try to get this finish points as quickly as possible before I get taken down. But ultimately everybody knows the damage of the pan is it's the highest for sure, and one shot was more than enough to knock him out of the game. But yeah, 17 finishes for the Brawlers in the map of Sanhok, and I did tell that the team which goes all out brawl in the map of Sanhok will be rewarded with something more, and that's Brawlers on our screens right now.
Oh my word, 17 finish points, a winner chicken dinner, and 15 placement points, 30 bomber from the Brawlers, a statement to show for their experience. I love the ending though, Arca. It was like, alright guys, you know what the plan was like? 3 players, you have to distract him. I'll go from the other side. The one who comes in from the other side, he's like, bonk.
I mean, the sound of pan is even more sweeter than that, but still, 32 points is what Brawlers have put up on the board. One good match can change the fate of any players over here, and it has changed the fate of Brawlers for sure. Now from here on, they can go for a soothing gameplay, a more composed gameplay. OS Retribution on the other side, I really thought that with the zone control they could actually take down more players. They couldn't do it with just 3 finish points. They've got position points, or a lot of position points for themselves. High Temper is one of those teams, they were concentrating on getting finish points. They did get some, but it would have been a little more better if that survived a little more longer. Now, the second half of this table has a lot of stories to say, because these teams on the bottom better wake up or you're gonna go home.
Absolutely. Only 2 maps that remain. And you know the worst part is that none of these teams have really really stood a chance against the Brawlers. I kept on looking at the GFX that comes on your screen when a team gets eliminated, and every single team in the final circle or in the penultimate circle as well were taking down the Brawlers. I was like, what is happening? How are they finishing every single team in their vicinity? It's just their experience. One player is completely controlling one angle, and they've got 4 players alive. They're completely controlling the entire region for themselves. Let's have a look at the MVP. Of course, it will be from the side of Brawlers, but it is going to be Rawat in this one, and no surprises at all. Look at how efficient this man has been. 8 finishes, only worth of 496 points of damage, approximately 500, but still he's got 8 finishes to work with. You love headshots, and this man has landed 3.
That's the best part about the game, you know. You don't have to do a lot of hard work if your crosshair is perfectly placed on the head. 3 finishes or 3 knocks would have come in because of those headshots, and that's a very, very good thing. That's why 8 finishes and yet just 400 damage. It's smart work than hard work is what I would like to say. Now I want to see what the other MVPs have also done. One other team which I'm pretty much disappointed in this game, 2 teams to be specific. One is gonna be Ninjas and the other one is gonna be the side of Team Cobra Warriors.
Okay. But so far, we have the top 5 players on our screens right now, and of course, it obviously will be dominated by Brawlers. You've got Rawat, you've got Dark, you've got Sangwan, 3 players from Team Brawlers. You've got new teams, Skull in the mix as well with 3 finishes. You've got Scooby FTW from Bhule Bhatke with 3 finishes as well. This is one team that has sort of excited us with their name. Sanhok was the map where they sort of excited us with their game as well. I want to see how they kind of progress from here on, because Miramar and Erangel that are yet to come, I just hope that they can kind of show something more for themselves. But let's have a look at the match summary, ladies and gentlemen. Expecting more healings? No. Sudden drop once again when we get to see the map of Sanhok from 9,000 to 5,000.
I don't know. I think it's the terrain where people are wanting to go in for an head-on battle. See, in the map of Miramar, you're very, very far away. Even though you get knocked, you have an opportunity to go and, you know, revive your teammate and then go in for a heal. But over here in the map of Sanhok, you get knocked, you're going to be finished. Now, the longest distance going to be 275. That is a bit of a shocker for me, because that is a little bit of a far distance. So that those would have come in the initials as well. With 53 finishes amongst the 54 knocks, it shows that, you know, it's better you don't get knocked in the map of Miramar.
Look at the FD graph that we have on our screen. This is properly balanced, just like Thanos once said. Everything in the universe should be properly balanced. And look at Team Brawlers, 2,084 points of damage and 17 kills. I've never seen a graph, a finished damage graph, so close to each other. The towers are literally almost similar.
Yeah, that's a good thing to see, right? They're gonna be happy that, you know, no matter how much damage we gave, we were able to live, you know, get as many finishes as possible. For me, the most important thing is going to be Bhule Bhatke, because 1,748 damage. Now, all the hard work was actually eaten up by the side of Brawlers, I believe, because they were also there almost in the final circle. They were also trying to do more of an attack, but there are few teams which still not able to find out how to perform when it comes to this game, because the first 3 games, if you're not able to come back at least by around 5th to 6th position, it's not going to be easy for you to, you know, wake up. Now, the highlights are going to explain us more as to which are those teams who are not able to register any kind of finish points or placement points, because they need to understand this, that, you know, this is the time to wake up or you go home. We have been specifying this, wake up or go home.
Yeah, they certainly didn't come here to sleep. And speaking of sleep, we got to see a lot of these players on the higher ridges from ISR who were sleeping and spraying, or rather lying down and spraying. But anyway, Bhule Bhatke, the start of the engagement was right when they landed. When they landed from the aircraft, they started on their offense. On the contrary, Brawlers sort of took their time, and when it was a 3rd circuit, that was when they started their offense. And I kind of like this, because they do their groceries first. You get yourself stocked up with your resources, and then you push forward. But this was a fight and a half. Oh my word, how dominating they were.
they knew exactly what they were doing. It was the rusher going in, the other two were watching out the window so that, you know, there's nobody trying to escape from his crosshairs, and that is how I love to see it. Team Sigma on the other side, this is one team which actually had a very, very good spot in the house. They were trying to take down players, and earlier itself, if you had Team Cobra, this is what the team I was pretty much disappointed about. With two finishers in the name, two of them had to make it inside the circle as quickly as possible, and they were not watching the backlines or the right or the left, because that's the most important thing in the map of Sanhok. You can expect the circle to go smaller and the enemies to come closer because of the small terrain, and there was a moment where I thought that, you know, this could turn it into a 1v3 or a 1v4, but very, very well played by the opponents.
Yeah, this was one nice moment as well. You've got to see Smoke from OP beautifully switching between weapons when required, between the M249 and the Uzi. You've got to see new teams. Skull was also in the top 5 players, so his contribution to the lineup has been instrumental. But look at this. This is what you love, don't you? The explosions. Oh my god. This man was just wrecking havoc, but he almost was a little too ambitious right at the very end. A little comedy of errors where Flex tried to dodge those bullets, but of course you're not going to do that when your movement is hindered by water. This fight was very important. I believe it was between Team Bhole Patke and Team OS.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and Bhole Patke were the team who were doing a lot of damage. But on the other side, the ninjas were also there to, you know, be the unwanted thorn in the equation. Now, OS Retribution, this Spray God was doing wonders over here, where we almost thought that, you know, he can actually end the story for them. It was pretty hard for them in the final moments of the game, because the team at the center, which took all the limelight, was pretty strong when it comes to, you know, control of the terrain as well as control of the recoil as well.
Yeah. But eventually it was just Bhole Bhatke as well as Bhole Bhatke, pardon me for that, and Brawlers in the end. And this is probably my favorite moment from the map itself. Just look at Rawat. This man is so confident. He's just running with his pan, and here comes the tongue, and there you go.
See,
What a way to finish the game.
It's all about how you control the terrain. I don't want to make it more obvious. I don't want to add salt to the injury. You know, it's gonna burn them a lot. The sound itself, it's an insult. Yeah, but still, yeah.
Man, it's a part of the game, dude. I feel like we sort of take it in a funny way, which is fair, but for the audience as well, it's just a fun part of the game itself, where, you know, you do a celebration when you perform well, opposition does a celebration when you perform well. Brawlers have been dominant, and they deserve the right to kind of celebrate a little in the end, don't they?
This is not gonna go off my head. The whole night I'm gonna be listening to the same sound. But still, you know, the most important thing for us to watch out for was the moment where we saw Brawlers were controlling the whole terrain. You know, most of the teams were fighting on the corners of the circle, whereas BBs were right at the center. Brawlers were right at the center. They were looking out for all the fights. They did not want to, you know, peek or give away their location to any of those teams. They were concentrating on one corner of the map. Once that corner got over, they went to the other corner, because their black line was from the beginning cleared off, so they had to concentrate on 3 different corners. They had 4 men standing, so a very, very good job coming in from the side of Brawlers. And as you said, every time they connected a shot, put a man down, they made sure that they confirmed it, and that's why 17 finishes for themselves.
Exactly, and for much fewer damage points, considering the fact that their graph was almost very even. And I feel like this is the way to go, especially when you play the map of Sanhok. You've got all these players in very close proximity, and if you've got a compound for yourself, if you've got like 4 players left for yourself, you kind of control, you've got a vantage point over the entire region. You have a vision on every single opposition that you have. Let's say opposition A and opposition B are having a fight. Why not chime in with some lead? Why not chime in some knocks and finishes and collect some points for yourself? And that is what Brawlers did so perfectly. And one of the prime reason why they could do that is their positioning. Positioning is very important. You have to keep yourself safe before third partying onto an opposition. And Brawlers, with their experience, they obviously know where to position themselves and how to go for those third parties, and thus 17 frags for themselves.
Yeah, as I said, game changer for most of these teams, right? So the one team which took advantage of all those game changing capability, that element of surprise coming in from the side of Brawlers. Look at how much how easily they can take this fight forward. Whereas Team Cobras, especially the ninjas, they came all the way around. I really thought that they could strike when the time was right, but somewhere even they got caught. It was the side of BBs who were actually holding that corner with not only OS Retribution, they were also trying to fight out with the side of ninjas. See, you can't be the candle which is burning on both sides. At the end of the day, you're going to get burnt from either side itself. So they had to fight the zone, and also they had to fight the team in front of them. You either heal or you steal those finishes. Now it's going to be hard for ninjas to do that. I just hope that they'd gone a little southern from where they were standing, come and challenge the side of brawlers, trying to affect them and try to take control of that side of the area, and that could have helped them a lot. Now all these things said and done, the next map is going to be the map of Miramar yet again. And from a short range battle, again going back to the basics of sticking onto your crosshairs and sticking onto your ADS or probably your gyro, I don't know how things are going to cope up with it, how teams are going to cope up with that situation.
Of course, Miramar has always been a place where long-range battles reign supreme. If you have got a good control over your sprays over long distance, then you're going to be the one who might actually take away the MVP tag. But, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the last two maps are going to come after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. You've been watching BMOC Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge. My name was Salty, and with me was Arka, and we're going to come back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच। क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट। Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबई अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद और शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और 2 हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है। And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है। and without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies. Moving forward, तो भूल ही जाओ. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है. कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती. Without you as the support, ये गेम नहीं चलती. Your friends are waiting for you on the battlegrounds. फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Download now.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! अरे scout कह रहे हैं यार. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
Well. Was that a short enough break? Was it shorter than I promised it would be? I guess it was. But back with me is going to be Fixes. How was your break, Fixes? Did you have enough coffee?
You know, I did go in for some caffeine, but I'm pretty sure what Brawlers did,
Oh,
that's an whole different
whoa.
high, right? But I'm pretty sure the boys must have gotten their refreshments up, because with Brawlers ending that with a pan, I'm pretty sure it's going to get a lot more saltier towards the end. But this is exactly what Brawlers needed, right? One good game to get themselves back into the top 3 pretty much in terms of the overall standings.
Yeah.
And from here onwards, I think they're just going to go up, because this is the one confidence booster game that they needed. Now that they've had it, there's no stopping them.
Probably. And I just hope that they can continue this performance, because they felt like a well-oiled machine. In the first 2 games, they didn't really look themselves. Sanhok was where they really lived up to the expectations. But ladies and gentlemen, the next 2 maps, you know exactly what it is going to be. We're heading towards Miramar, where it is going to be a lot of sandy action. Might be salty as well, but of course, you know, the teams of the day, OS Retribution, ISO and Brawlers are going to be the teams that I'm looking forward to, because they've performed on a completely different terrain so far, Fixes.
Yeah, even, you know, we can really include Team Sigma also into the mix, because one of those teams that had been playing really well in the first 2 games at the very least. And you know, this is where the other teams like ASR, you've got Team Cobra, they've all got to, you know, start stepping up, because we have seen those changes being made. We have seen those tables being turned upside down, and this could be one of those maps where things could completely be different. However, I would love to see a Northern Circle this time in Miramar.
Yeah, we saw a Northern Circle on the second map of Miramar yesterday. Might actually see today as well. But look at this, holiday in the mountains, sunrise. It kind of gives me those typical Mexican cowboy feelings, where you get those small little shops along the sandy dunes.
Yeah.
You ride a horse and you reach there, and you might actually get yourself a glass of refreshment.
Imagine having horses in Miramar. I mean, I would love that, right? One of those animals that you can take over the terrain, you know, get some galloping to do, and might as well look majestic while you're at it. So, I mean, if the developers are hearing us loud and I'm pretty sure, I think we could use a few, right? And completely, you know, change the dynamics a little bit. We've got the bicycles also in the classic modes being enabled. So I'm pretty certain in the foreseeable future, maybe we could have that. But for now, as we take a look at this beautiful map, one of my favorites, I must say, as all the teams are getting riled up, all ready to get themselves into the mix, right? But, you know, again, a few of those teams like the Cobra Warriors, we've seen them during those fights, they kind of look really good, but somehow they kind of they have not been convincing enough towards the very end. Kind of tend to make those tiny little mistakes that they've been paying prices for. And the same can be said for ESR. If you remember that one little fight where Arjun was just pushed in upon and still managed to take down not just one, but two or three players down over there. And this is where we know that he's got that individual prowess in him. But as a team, how do they perform? Because if they do not perform well, I'm pretty sure they're going to be out of round one. Their run coming to an end as the Big Bird has taken it up to the sky, as we can see the flight path trajectory heading all the way from Minas del Sur towards the Oasis. So it's going to be a little difficult for the teams heading towards El Azhar, Tierra Bronca. But what I'm really interested to see is, are we going to witness another fight ensuing in Picado between the Brawlers and the real OGs?
Might be. I don't really expect a change in strategy and change in drop location on the fly when a match day is going on. So they might as well take the fight to the opposition, who is trying to lock horns in their drop spot. But speaking of the flight path itself, I feel like this is a pretty good flight path which kind of covers most of the map itself. Few places will be deserted, but you might actually as well drive to your favorite location.
Indeed. But, now with this current spread, Salty, what my eyes are gazing at is that little bit of a collision, right, that I'm hoping to get in Picado, which is less likely to happen, or maybe not. The boys from the real OG are relentless, right? They want to head towards Picado. They want to ensure that they get the better out of the teams, as not just them, we do have OS Retribution also getting themselves into the mix, as look at the Brawlers, they've gone all the way down, and it is Minas del Sur and Los Higos where they will be finding themselves looting, which I feel is a really good thing, considering the fact that they can have that western highway for themselves and make a really good entry inside the circle.
Yes, but the circle, the southern end of it, is completely dominated by a lot of these teams out there. It is going to be a very heavy warfare if they don't disengage right from the start of it all. And I want to see it commence. I want to see fight commence right from the start of Miramar. I really sort of am against that initial dull phase of Miramar, where most of the teams are always looking for groceries, which again is a very important part of the game. I understand that. But you know what? The audience wants action.
Yeah, the audience does demand some action, but I think we're going to wait for a wee while before we have that upon us. But maybe not, as OMG has spotted out Savage from Ninja Gaming. After that first match of brilliance, we haven't really seen much out of Ninja coming into the play. So this is one of those games where they should be looking towards redeeming themselves, as quite a lot of teams are around them, right? You could clearly see Team Sigma also in the nearby fray. As Ninja, this time Savage, he's managed to get some decent loot, a Scarl to his name, and well, he can work around that, at least for now.
Yeah. Apart from that, there hasn't really been some big news so far. We've still got all the players surviving. You've got Team Sigma on the move as well. Just like you mentioned, Team Ninja in the vicinity. They might hear those engines roar from the buggies. But in spite of all of that, I feel it's a very less likely that shots will be exchanged so early on.
But look at Ananya, right? He's already taken the hills. He has a slight idea. There might be an unfriendly neighbor just beside him, but is Savage aware of that, or is he oblivious of the fact that he's being looked at with all these buggies? The sounds are really coming up. Savage finally realizes that he is caught in a pickle. Of course, Flash, he's going to be just jumping around trying to get a better angle at him. I'm starting to ponder, is Savage out in the open, or is he inside that little compound?
I believe he's out in the open. He's out in the open. He's out there all by himself. And that's the worst part. I feel like he must be screaming for help, considering all the vehicular movement that he can sense all around him. And that is exactly what he's looking for. He's looking at those cliffs to try and understand if they're peeking for him, if they're trying to land some shots on him. But thankfully, something he would like is that Team Ninjas, they've sort of fallen back.
Oh, they sort of are. And, right now, falling back safely is what I'm going to be looking out for. But talking about safer things, Brawlers, after that amazing chicken dinner with a pan, have decided they want to take things a little light and easy at the very fast, do not want to get themselves into the mix, and keeping themselves aloof from every single fight. That's a good thing for them, right? They're going to follow the basics. They're just going to head out from the Western Highway, take a mountain or a hill maybe for their, higher ground advantage that they really love to have, and then head on and capitalize and maybe get another chicken dinner. Because ideally, with big names like Brawlers, you tend to expect bigger things. And finally, those smiles breaking out. Quite an interesting conversation. I believe Dark and Sangwan find themselves in and maybe preparing for their next pan venture.
Yes, might be waiting to cook some omelets this time, might be scrambled eggs as well. Who knows what do they make of the opposition? And I'm pretty sure these guys, they're more than prepared for it, and they take it as a healthy joke.
Oh, of course. I mean, right now, gone are those days when we used to get triggered. Oh,
Yeah.
he panned him. How could he, add salt to his injuries? But now it's the new normal, right?
Yes.
That's sort of what we are well acquainted to living with. But for now, of course, teams like Brawlers, they have certainly made a mark for themselves. And that was instrumental, right? That had to be done because somewhere down the line, teams were kind of not getting scared, not getting intimidated by Brawlers' presence. And this was a message that they sent,
Yeah.
or maybe might be going a little overboard, a little ambitious with flying the glider. But we do have a fight amongst us. We've got the real OG stepping out of Picado now in a little bit of a situation with Amy trying to go in with the push, but
Nice
it's going to
cover.
be Joker from the backlines who gets that first knock.
In fact, he's the one who is a frontliner right now as he's pushing forward. Spotted India, the spray comes in beautiful, beautiful as he takes down the first player, bites the dust, but takes some bullets in return as well. You've got Beast in a nice vantage spot, but how can he deliver? He's completely isolated as Joker goes for the flank.
Oh, but right now I believe Beast has a slight idea, but this is where the real OGs can start capitalizing on situations, try to engulf them on directions, but Joker just missing out on those shots. As Beast, he's going to be cooking up a grenade and will be tossing that pretty soon. As VJ, he's got to hold the flank, right? He's got to make sure that Thakur is well dealt with, but the grenade going out, is it going to do any decent amount of damage? Nah, is going to be the answer, as this is the perfect opportunity for Vijay to step out of his cover, but he's getting shot from Joker, from the sidelines. A beautiful teamwork display being shown by the real OGs as Beast seems to be the final player alive, as the real OGs are now going to be pushing at him from all different fronts.
Dude, this reminds... I kind of have to pull a football reference. This reminds me of Ronaldo and Bale when they were the left and the right wings of Real Madrid. Such wonderful aggression from two wings, left and right, combining together as DPOG just finishes him off. The first team has been eliminated, and in what fashion? Real OGs just showing what they had in store for us. The promise that we sort of identified right from the first match has sort of given us effect, but they need to continue this run and sort of give themselves that final result that they're looking for, that big chicken.
Look at what an absence of a certain team can do to you, right? Because in the previous game of Miramar, we had the boys from Brawlers, and they were the ones who took down the real OGs right from the get-go, man. And this time, well, the OGs dropped off. Ricardo had a decent time looting around as the high temper gaming, Well, the temperatures are definitely high, and they are really angry at how they've been performing, as they've been rattling down all those bullets at the players of Deathwish. As Zolo, pretty sure he's going to be recovering from that, and I'm starting to wonder where does this name come from. There was this certain Zolo chip challenge that you did engage in. How was your experience, man?
Oh, bro, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
How
I'll
was
tell
the
you
morning
for
next.
a lot of fire, a lot of lava, but let's talk about properties of matter later on, and let's focus on the experience. For 15 minutes straight, you just can't see anything. You're blinded.
You certainly are, right? And at this point, I kind of refrained. I'm much of a foodie myself, but I'm going to get to that a little bit later, because apparently VIP's vehicle has been blown up, but High Temper Gaming, they've managed to, kind of get a casualty of their own, but it's a knock situation, so quite recoverable. Not the same for Deathwish, though. as High Temper Gaming. Now, what I'm getting really concerned about them is the kind of a high ground that they're holding on to. I mean, the next circle is sort of going to shift away from them. But coming back to Zolo Chip, right? A lot of people did ask me. In fact, Ketan did ask, like, do you want to do it? And I was like, nah, I'm not going to try that thing, right? I do not want to wake up. Rather, I won't be able to sleep, man, if I had that. How did your sleep go, though?
Dude, you're gonna sleep well, especially after all those crying. You're gonna shed a lot of tears, but after that you'll be so tired that you would sleep, right? But next morning, that's a different story.
You know, might as well have my heart broken, right? If I want to cry. But High Temper Gaming again, enjoying themselves from the high ground that they do have, and being enjoying as Rival does get another knock onto its VIP, and certainly could be the most important person, could be the president of Miramar, but apparently he's not being protected well enough, right? And this is where Zolo needs to ensure that he gets himself and his teammate out of the situation. With their vehicle just blown up, it's going to be such a daunting task.
Yeah. I mean, poor Deathwish Gaming right now. What can they potentially do? Land in some smokes, maybe get themselves some hard cover. Still trying to, you know, fend off High Temper Gaming, who are controlling this high rage. They've got the scopes locked in as well. High Temper Gaming, for them, the only thing which matters to them is to try and get this team and get their finishes.
Oh yeah, at least for now. But you know, for High Temper Gaming, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned because of the amount of ammunitions that they are wasting right now. And they need to ensure that they at least get a squad wipe, or they're going to have a little trouble surviving those final few circles, right? In this constant just peppering down bullets at each other, well, they're dishing some substantial amount of damage to Deathwish, but there's been no sort of follow-up as Zolo right out of the open. He's going to be sprayed on as Rival. Or rather, it's, yeah, indeed it is Rival who gets that knock on towards him. But where are the trade-offs? What on earth is Mafia up to? Finally realizing, waking up to his senses. But is it a little too late, as Sneak is the one who gets the knock on Rival, who got a little overambitious going in for the finish there.
Yeah. I'm not really sure if the fallen player would be resurrected though, but elsewhere we've got Team ESR who is on the receiving end. In Team Real OGs, they're really in the offense. Just look at the amount of pushes. They're even pressing forward right now. Once again, a similar formation where you've got Teguru on the left-hand side and another guy coming in from the right. Joker being the frontal offense. Team ESR might just be overwhelmed with all the numbers and the grenades that actually come in. It's absolute earthquakes on the map of Miramar right now. Connecting 50% HP for Copycat as they sort of invade the compound. Will they be able to stop it, Pixies?
And there you have it, the first knock that they were looking out for, finding out the second player have there. Yes, indeed, Joker managing to get that knock as Takur is just going to be spraying a pre-fire coming in from him as Tigru has spotted out Arjun. And, well, the real OGs, I have to say, they are on fire, considering that fearless moves they've been making. And it's just been 12 minutes into the game, and they have already acquired 7 finishes to their name as OS Retribution. Well, they did us proud the last time, you know, getting the chicken dinner. But quite early to engage against Team SAR, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very much. Just waiting for what do they do. They obviously will decide whether it is profitable to engage in this battle or not. Probably do some SWOT analysis in those compounds that they got for themselves. But before that, they need to kind of save up their fallen brother, who is gotten knocked off by the play zone.
For now, though, we can see Bhule Bhatke already hitting it out onto towards the boys from New Team as Zayden. He's going to be cooking up a few grenades. Finally finds his mark as Carl goes down. Hitman having a little bit of a pedestal advantage over there. If the push comes in, he's going to be positioned pretty well. But look at him, Bhule Bhatke, they are completely surrounding the players over here from New Team as Hitman has also been spotted out. And it's just a matter of seconds before he's been dealt with as the Molotov comes in to try and flush him out of his cover, which I believe they have done, but not quite enough as Hitman is going to be taking a different route altogether as Scooby is burning in flames.
Terminator! And here we have Hitman still holding on to that location. You've got Horace, who has been taken down one by one. Players from Bule Bhatke, they're sort of getting carried away, but this nade was really accurate. The floor is lava once again, but Hitman is going to dodge that. Nice spray, but eventually will get knocked down. There's nothing that he can do about it. But where are the rest? New team. I guess UFO-kun is trying to kind of get away from it, but wait. We didn't see that on stream. Ladies and gentlemen, Scooby FTW being a little salty.
But look at this circle go. I mean, heading towards El Pozo. I've been demanding for an El Pozo circle, and I really find myself saying this one thing, that High Temper Gaming, they've got a really good position that they're enjoying for now, right at the center around those hills, because they can get so much information to their name as Iconic, I believe, have spotted out the players of Team Patriot, who apparently haven't been having a really good evening.
Yeah, but Vixis, I can't help but wonder. I'm not a data analyst myself, but there seems to be a pattern. You probably remember the second Miramar of yesterday as well kind of ended towards this El Pozo region. And once again, you've got a similar situation. Do you think we've got a pattern of repetitive circles?
Yeah, it has always been with every single BGMI tournaments that we have seen, right? There's always a pattern. There's always a certain circle that tends to come into play. As the boys from Ninja, well, they're getting knocked out of the play zone. Now that's quite hard to believe, considering this was the team that, you know, managed to clutch out that first chicken dinner of the evening, and ever since have been fizzling out, and that little tinder has just blown off. But for OS Retribution, just around the edges, I think Sasuke is keeping a watch on the players of Team Sigma. Maybe want to take a dig at them, but this time for the players of the real OG, they're in for some real bashing, as Tiger has been dealt with by Sneak.
Sneak trying to go in for the offense as he looks to dispatch his opposition, but look at this, the recovery, nice nade over there as reinforcements come in. He's confirmed the finish onto Sneak, and he's looking forward for more. Another player has been knocked down as well, as DP is scavenging every single corner. You've got the reconnaissance as well from Thakur, and Joker is just keeping on pushing and keeping them on their toes.
The confidence exuding out of the bodies, but the real OGs have to be really careful, because we can sense the boys from ISO in the nearby fray. Joker spotting out yet another player. He has to go in, does with the pre-fire though. Needs to shift his weapon, has a mini 14 that runs out of ammunition, has to pay that hefty price as VIP coming on board, but does not have a lot of heals to work around with. Now with ISO joining the fray, it is going to be a whole lot difficult for Deathwish officials and the real OGs to recover from this particular situation.
But ISO, they're not moving forward right yet. They spotted Warlock in the background, and first they're going to destroy the exit strategy, take down the vehicles. In turn, they get taken down by DTW. Now DTW, they've got to be pretty ballsy to just, even before finishing their current opposition, they're trying to go for a third party. This is interesting to see. I guess Team ISO will recognize and acknowledge their presence, might even go and scavenge for some finish points, but right now they've got to, you know, resurrect themselves and restabilize themselves.
Oh, they certainly have to. But because, you know, how this circle has really situated, I'm starting to ponder if it's kind of going away from El Pozo. If it kind of comes out in the open lands, you've got a lot of altitude to kind of work around with. But my eyes are searching out for brawlers who are on the western edge of the circle, still inside El Pozo, as Joker, he's just going to languish. But no,
wait,
Thakur, he's that one best friend that he needs to cherish. But VIP and Mafia, they're just pushing in from two different directions, and at some point or the other, they're going to spot him out. But is the revival going to come in time? Yes, it does, as Thakur now he's going to be going after the pairs with the Deathwish, as again Joker OG comes out as a bait, gives away his position, as Thakur, he wants to get that rock, indeed does secure that, switches to his weapon, can he finish it off? But no, getting blocked by the knocked player of DTW with nowhere to run and hide. Mafia is going to ensure he gets that final finish to his name, and with that being said, Deathwish are still somehow alive in the game.
Mafia just encapsulating his prey like a boa constrictor. But look at the circle once again, kind of moving away from most of the teams. Only you for Kun, I can see from my map feed, is inside the circle instead. It's also OS Retribution who have sort of made their way in. High Temper Gaming, rival noob. He spotted Joker FTW, who is completely out in the open. This man realizes right now that there is something itching me. Grenade comes in as Team Patriot look forward to wipe the existence out of the opposite team right now.
Yes, and it's the brawlers that we are talking about. Maybe got a little bit cocky, but Killchor did want to come out in the open. Eventually had to pay the price as Iconic from far behind, providing that quintessential cover fire as brawlers seem to somehow recover. But now is the time where they have to make a run for the circle.
Yeah, Sangwan going in for the offense. Nice timing as he knocks down one player for himself. He probably has to search for the final remaining player who remains. But where is he? Do they take that hard choice? Do they skip the player in turn to take the rotation and go inside the circle? Elsewhere, we've got a fight happening. We've got Team Sigma warning OMG has to fall back. Takes in a huge chunk of damage because of the grenade. But look at this. Scooby FTW has bought some time to resurrect his fallen brother.
He certainly has. But for now, right now, the boys from Bhule Bhatke have to heal each other really fast as the brawlers have entered the compound really nearby as Team Sigma. Look at the HPs on these boys. Flash needs a revive. OMG needs to patch himself up with brawlers right behind them. It's going to be such a tough task as Lunatoon still sticking onto the flanks. He's hearing all those sounds over there as Iconic is going to be joining the fray, but it's going to be Reflex who gets that finish onto it. So one of the players of High Temper Gaming as Reflex now prone in. Brawlers in the nearby fray as he's got to watch out. He's got to ensure that somehow he gets inside the circle with Iconic spotting him out. The ump magic in display as the remainder of the players of Brawlers have to provide the cover fire. Maybe not as Reflex all by his lonesome, the only player surviving. But the biggest question is, how on earth is he going to enter inside the circle with two teams watching out for him?
Warlock on top of the cliff, Brawlers right in front of them. But look at this. In fact, it's Warlock and Brawlers who actually lock horns against each other. Killer has taken down Sangwan, and I don't believe there is no way Sangwan will be resurrected. You can have a look. The Rawat is slowly making a move for his fallen teammate. But how long can he hold on? Because there's constant pressure that comes in from Warlock, and another man goes down. Rawat kind of giving up there. Sangwan's finish has been confirmed, and Warlock on constant aggression. At this rate, they might actually take down the entirety of Brawlers. It might even go up against ISO as well.
Somehow, you know, Dark intended to put up a final stand and still somehow managed to finish off ISO. But this is Warlock that we are talking about. Three of the players are still surviving inside the circle. Brawlers may have counted their chickens quite too early over here as they are in a whole world of trouble. Berlin coming into his teammate to get that very quintessential revive at this point as Warlock still having the benefits, having the luxury of that little high ground not being contested between any of those teams. As down below, it's a whole different ball game going on as the circle kind of shifts away towards Warlock, and now they are the favorites in getting the chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. It is for them to lose. But elsewhere, we've got Team Sigma and Bhule Bhatke continue to engage on them. OMG, he was under constant pressure from this team and he has been knocked out right now. All that they can do is go in for this 3v4 and hope for the best. They've got to spray and pray. But no, wait. Lunatoon has actually taken the risk of reviving his teammate so far. And Zayden goes in for the flank. Ananya is completely out in the open. Vulnerable, caught with his pants down as they try and take him out. Easy peasy as he completely wiped the floor with Bhule Bhatke. It's a 1v2, I believe. Zayden inside the smoke, just being as invisible as he possibly can. But from the top of the cliff, there's constant pressure. Flash 7 gets taken down as Team Sigma has been wiped off.
You know, every single player from outside the circle is going to be walking to their own graves with Warlock enjoying that King of the Hills position. Zayden is going to work out with whatever meds he has, but Deathwish just survived by Mafia. What can he do? How deep can he dig? Can he get a few more finishes? Is Zayden going to come out in the open as Warlock? This is the chicken dinner that they were looking for. This is the game that they were being wanting for so long as Deathwish, you know, slowly but surely just creeping in on OS Retribution. We know OS Retribution, what they are really capable of. Now imagine, Salty, the circle shifting down a little down south. Teams are completely going to tumble over.
That has been the case with this sort of terrain always. Mafia cooking up the grenade, trying to resist Alpha from going for that push. Now we know exactly what OS Retribution is capable of. It's not all that easy for Warlock. So far, 3 players might be able to turn it around. Mafia, look at all that artillery that is launching into the skies. This man is turning to explosions to help him, but he's also sort of giving away his position. They kind of know it as well. He's got some cover to work with, but as soon as the circle shifts, that is when you'll see some results. Warlock being very patient though. They want to look at OS Retribution first before going in for Mafia, but what is your take on it, Pixies?
Look at the spread coming in from Warlock. They're everywhere over that high ground. They've taken good control of the hills as Alpha sitting on the pilot seat. Mafia, look at him, but this is what I was scared about. The circle shifting away from them as Alpha. He's going to go after Mafia, taking some substantial amount of damage, but still has that little bit of a first aid to work around with. The Molotov coming in. Is Alpha going to survive the onslaught? Yes, he does. As Warlock, they're going to be coming up top. Mafia, he's stuck in a rock in a hard place. As Killer, he's going to have a sight at him, and there you go, getting taken down. We have the final few teams amongst us, the final 2 as it is, ladies and gentlemen, a 4v3 situation with Warlock Esports gaining that advantage to themselves. Alpha knocked out Lord, trying to get in, come in here for the wave, and as Lord gets blown over, no, that's not going to be the case, as Berlin just gets taken out. What on earth is happening?
Might be a big throw from Warlock. Spray God just waiting for his perfect opportunity. But always Retribution, they've been given a lifeline right now. 1 player versus 2 takes down another important guy. And now it's only Devil. If I'm not mistaken, it's a 1v2 right now. 2 players, one of them has probably been knocked out. Yes, it's a 1v2 with 1 player being knocked out. Devil being taken down as well. No, wait! It's always Retribution who have taken in the chicken dinner. Warlock Esports, what have you done?
OS Retribution again. And certainly Miramar has to be the map that they have been looking out for. We certainly have a team like Hyderabad Hydras or Reckoning in the making. One of those teams that loves that Miramar game to themselves. And I mean, words fall short for what they really did over there. But for Warlock, I mean, I'm starting to ponder. I mean, was that a throw there?
Maybe. I mean, I didn't really understand what they did with the vehicles. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the points table first. OS Retribution with 9 finish points to work with, 15 placement points, 24 total points. You can see that right at the death of the game, they kind of took the edge over Warlock. Before that, it was Warlock's game to lose. And they sort of did what we were fearing they would.
Oh yeah, and again, OS Retribution, such an amazing play over there. A little bit of a risky play coming in from Lord over there, trying to take that Mirado, which I think, was really smart. He was trying to act as a bait,
Yeah.
Entire attention of Warlock has been stolen away as his teammate managed to get those important knocks, and all they had to do was go in and get the finishes. And a majority of the road had to come down to the circle, shifting down below as Warlock had to make that move. But still, nonetheless, not a bad game for them either, as the point standings, as you can take a look, Deathwish officials also having such a nice game over here, as Team Sigma being more consistent as usual. Real OGs were off to a really good start, but kind of got gassed out a little early. And for Brawlers also, they wanted to go after so many finishes, but towards the end, nothing really came down for them. Just got stuck in a really bad position. But ISO this time, and even Ninja Gaming, man, I really expected something brilliant from their side. Maybe the final game of Erangel could certainly be the one, as the MVP this time has to be Mafia from Deathwish.
That is surprising, because the way Spray got played right at the fag end of it, I kind of felt like he would be here. But kudos to Mafia, kudos to him. With 847 points of damage and 4 finishes, this man did wonders for his team. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the top 5 players of this map so far. And most of it, if not all of it, is sort of dominated by OS Retribution, rightfully so, with 5 finishes and 3 finishes respectively. Lord, you've got Spray God as well. Spray God quintessential in the final moments, in the dying moments, giving them the chicken dinner. Devil from Warlock, a valiant effort, but then again, you kind of felt like Warlock, they were a bit too ambitious when they saw it was a 4v2 situation. They did not expect the turnaround, but Real OG's Joker, in fact, Real OG's, the kind of start that they got was very surprising to see. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll talk about that later on, because match summary is in front of us, and we go back to the similar territory of 8,500 plus healings, man.
Yeah, that's quite typical in Miramar. But this is one of the Miramar games that I absolutely love, because the first Miramar was also aggressive, because we had that little early fight between Brawlers and the Real OGs, but this time that was not the case. Now Brawlers took a complete detour, went all the way down towards Los Higos and wanted to take that western route. They did that, but even afterwards they kind of engaged into a lot of unwanted fights. But as we move along forward, ladies and gentlemen, of course, taking a look at the FD craft, you've got to see how these high-rise towers are going to be a little bit better this time from a lot of teams. You know, Bhule Bhatke finally have found their way inside maybe the top 8. You know, if they were already enjoying it, now they're going to have a better position. Even for Warlock, it was such an important game.
Yep, true. It was a very, very important game, but I'm not really sure if this is going to push them inside or in the vicinity of the top 8. But we still have one more map to go, so they might even test their chances. But you've got to give it to the Real OGs. I feel like the kind of start that they got for themselves with 10 finishes and 1,600 damage points, they are in the squad spotlight actually, and rightfully so, because the kind of aggression that we got to see from them right at the start, the confidence that they had, they kind of became a little too confident when they actually got eliminated. They were pushing in from squad to squad, which isn't really something which you get to see in competitive, don't you?
But you know, at the same time, I must still say this is something that they can afford, right? This is the cushion that they've built up for themselves. They know that they have qualified for the next round. They've made it to round 2. They've accumulated enough points. Now this is them just going for finishes right from the very start. But you know, as we move along further, it was such a nice game going in. But a little bit of a look at a squad face-off between two of the amazing teams that we're going to be having right in front of us. Now, in just a wee while, there you have it. Warlock Esports and Bhule Bhatke, both these teams getting 7 finishes to their names, and quite equally contested. It's just those assists and headshots and those little survival time that sort of differentiated, where Warlock had that little upper edge.
Yeah, but of course Warlock's placement point is going to give them a lot more advantage considering this entire map itself. But you know, I'm not someone who crunches numbers. If you look at the overarching storyline, I feel like these two teams were very evenly placed and very evenly matched up against each other. But that's been the story of the day. A lot of these teams have been evenly matched. But Fixes, what's your take on it?
You know, considering how they were positioned, right? We've got Bhule Bhatke, who were kind of stuck around that little bit of a warehouse in a very dicey situation against Sigma. I think we're going to get a look at that during our highlights also, as we tend to have a real eye on this first little fight where we had the Real OGs just go absolute ham after the Cobra Warriors, who are having such a bad time. And they kind of looked a lot lost over there, and I loved how Real OGs kind of scattered themselves around the map. Every single player doing his job and ensuring that they get that early squad wipe without even a single knock.
Yeah, and that is the best part about this formation. My heart kind of sank when I gave that Real Madrid reference, because I was a big fan of that team, but certainly that does not exist anymore. With the left flank and the right flank coming in, we got to see that in the next fight from Real OG as well. That was like the typical, that was a given for them in every single 4v4 fight that they were engaging upon. But this was a long distance battle that sort of drew out for a very long time. In fact, a lot of these fights actually had drawn out more than intended.
Yeah, I think, you know, apart from all the fights that Real OGs were taking, which was very fast and clinical, but at a certain time they should have understood, you know, where to draw the line, where to put them under leash. But like I said, you know, we're just being picky with it. Because this is definitely one of those teams to watch out for. Even Bhule Bhatke had such an amazing run, you know, going after the players of new team over there, being so, you know, fearless as this was also there, a part of it. And this is what I was talking about,
Yeah.
right? As you could take a look, it was just Zolo who was knocked around. On just that information, they rammed it. But despite the fact, they put on quite a stronghold over there with DPOG managing to still get that little finish over there before kind of getting taken around as a VIP. This is the moment that I was talking about, ladies and gentlemen, where one of his teammates just created a man barrier, did not let the player walk out, eventually just got finished off.
Yeah, he did. And yeah, you probably were looking at this because there was a wooden block, I remember. He tried to go for the drop shot. I believe it was a wooden boxes that is right in front of him right now. Look at this. He will try and move out, but he just can't, and he just gets swept off.
Yeah, he sort of wanted to go out of this compound, right? And that is where the Poland teammate sort of ensures that, no, you're not going around anywhere. You're going to stick right here. You're going to face your death and despair. As the brawlers, for them, just they were playing around the edges. I could not understand why, when they could have easily taken that higher ground, wanted to be a part of a lot of action maybe. That is their only intention. But this is where, brawlers were trying to come up a little bit. That is where they were caught in a very bad situation because Warlock, they were already the king of the hills, enjoying such a good position. But Dark did whatever he could in trying to get a few finishes for his team's name. And, well, the brawlers had a decent game at that, I must say. But this is where it was it was a finish galore for the players of Warlock, as they kind of had all the time and space in the world to go after every single player from Bhule Bhatke and Sigma combined.
Dude, Warlock had so many opportunity to go for third parties. The kind of advantage that they had because of the higher topography set them up for third partying every single fight that was happening in the lower terrain. Look at the fight happening between the two warehouses. They were third partying that. The fight happening between Deathwish and I believe OS Retribution, they were third partying that. And this is exactly where I felt like they went a little complacent. Yes, the vehicle was rammed in, one player was down, you've got 4 players up and running. But why would you push in when you've not really got the obligation to? They didn't really go for cover. They didn't really go for cover to cover. They didn't really use utility. You've got grenades to work with. You've got smoke grenades to work with. But none of that was displayed. Instead, they just go in and ram in to go for those open peaks. I mean, you go for dry peaks, you just high chance you're not surviving that.
Yeah, and it all had to do with how the circle shifted, right? Had the zone shifted up top north, then it could have been Warlock's game. But the circle just blessing the boys from OS Retribution as, hey Salty, I think it's time for you to go have your dinner, as we do have Arca joining with us as we have the matchup ready. As everyone's just excited. One last game, the final game, ladies and gentlemen, of round 1 in front of us. As after this, we're going to go after a little longer break, right? And then we're going to be back after quite some time as we have the round 2 beginning. But we'll talk about that after this. But from what you've been witnessing around in Miramar, a lot of teams have to get themselves into the fray. But hey, Orko, tell me about it.
See, I've been trying to jot down things and try to understand what are the things which is going around for these teams first.
Yeah.
The reason why I want to answer this part first is there has been a little bit of, what do you say, there has been a pattern which is emerging. The team which actually has an opportunity to actually take that winner chicken dinner for themselves are doing the biggest mistakes, especially in the final circles. Start off with Erangel.
Yeah.
The same thing happened. Then the second map of Miramar, again the same thing happened. In the map of Sanhok, somehow the team in the center did perform well. Apart from even in the map of Sanhok, the team in the center also had a very good opportunity.
Yeah.
And in this map itself, I mean, that shows that, until the final circle, everything seems to be composed. And when it comes to the final moments, the excitement that they might win this is actually hindering their performance, I believe.
So far, I kind of have to say that it's all has come down to how the circle has shifted and who's got the better part inside the zone. Apart from that little, the first Miramar game, right,
Yep.
where OS Retribution, I do not know how they clutched it out. Even the first game of Erangel, even with Ninja. But after that, it kind of comes down to the fact that it could just be a little bit of a lucky game for them. Of course, not taking anything away from the boys from...
I can also say it's a little bit of overconfidence, especially from OS Retribution in the previous match, you know,
It's fine. I mean, as long as they're winning a chicken dinner. I mean, if you are confident about it, if you think that Miramar is the strongest map, a lot of teams specialize, right? We've got a few Erangel specialists,
Yep.
a few teams that come into Erangel and then they start winning all those games. And this is where we kind of draw this reference, right? I really feel that a lot of teams down the southern circuit in the Indian region kind of tend to dominate Miramar. That has been the go-to
Yep.
case. Even if you remember teams like Walkouts coming in,
Yep.
formerly Reckoning, and then even the likes of Hyderabad Hydras, which we will see in the foreseeable future coming into the action as well. They are one of those teams that we always tend to bank upon whenever it comes down to the map of Miramar. I'm pretty sure OS Retribution is certainly one to watch out for. But then again, Orca, the discussion comes down to the other teams. They kind of are in the mix now. They know this is that one game where they need to get that chicken dinner. Otherwise, their journey, the Cinderella story that they had been having, because coming in from so many thousands of teams making it to the 512, that's an achievement in itself. But knowing the fact that you've got to wake up to reality that you're not going to be a part of the BMOC anymore certainly does hurt.
It's important for them to prove that their leg fits right in the sandal of the Cinderella shoe. So
Yeah.
I hope that few teams actually take this seriously. But for me, the team which is actually not performing that well is obviously going to be the side of Ninja after the first game. I mean, the way their performance has been starting to deplete, especially in the map of Sanhok, when they took a longer rotation into the circle and yet not able to register a winner chicken dinner for themselves. And then again in the map of Miramar, where they'll have to undergo a lot of ruthless assault against the whole team. It looks like the initial or probably the assaulters are not doing the right thing, whereas few thoughts from the previous game are not going off my mind, especially Berlin coming in from this. The team which is holding the top of the ridge was Brawlers, if I'm not wrong.
No, it was Warlock.
I'm so sorry, Warlock. So Warlocks, Berlin, you saw the push coming in from the side of Berlin was so overconfident that he could eliminate someone and did not watch his right, and he gets taken down with his teammate also, who thought that okay, since Berlin is going in, I have to go in and give him the support. Probably if he gets taken down, I'll be alive, and he also gets taken down. I don't think so that was the right way to actually get with that game. And at the same time, Spray God, man, this guy with that 6x converted to 3 and that spray behind the rock, he knew that in that terrain, one or the other moment you have to lift up your head, and eventually with that damaged helmet, that opening was more than enough for RO to just take it home.
OS Retribution certainly have ensured they have their paths cut out heading into round number 2, but there are a lot of teams who are yet to try and prove their mettle. Only one final game remains, and we've always been privy to some really dramatic circles in the final map of Erangel. Yes, indeed. As for one last time, ladies and gentlemen, it is round 1, the final game in front of you as the flight path trajectory all the way from military base towards Mansion. As I'm starting to wonder, what if the circle kind of takes a hard shift towards the west from the very start?
I just hope it happens, and those teams who are planning to jump off earlier itself, trying to attain the first gun and make sure that they can take the fight to the enemy's face, they'll have a lot of hard work to do. So it's going to be a little while. So if I have to ask you as a player, and you're in a flight path where you feel that now is the time for the team to actually start assaulting, what do? You maintain your composure, go in, take a gun, take a late rotation, or probably go in for farming first and then try to take down enemies? Or you feel like first, as soon as we jump off, we're just going to go to the guns and start searching for enemies, and we just go for an assault?
No, you can't tend to do that, especially when you have to make your mark. You have to sort of focus on the bigger picture, right, on the bigger game. And well, quite an interesting circle. I think this one has a lot of potential to head around towards Quarry, or maybe towards that jungle area. Primorsk, it's been ages since we last saw a circle going that down south. But there's also a slight chance where we can have that southern military base island in contention, that extreme western cliff that we've seen the circle go down as far as there, but a little bit of an early kerfuffle is what we can find ourselves in, as the boys from Deathwish find themselves against the players of Warlock, who almost missed out on a chicken dinner.
Yeah, Warlock is going to be regretting that for a really long time, you know, when they had control of everything, when they had the zone also almost favoring them if they had held on, and the other team was coming for an uphill battle. We all know how tough it is to fight an uphill battle. They're going to regret that for sure, but I just hope they've learned from their mistakes, and this match they'll be able to, you know, retribute for what has happened previously. But Deathwish on the other side are having a pretty good time according to me, because they have been getting an average of 10 in every match, if I'm not wrong, if not for one game which did not go in their favor. So in this match, if they capitalize that and try to convert that into a proper finish, a proper winner chicken dinner, I think they're going to cement themselves like how the side of Brawlers have cemented themselves in the top 8.
All Brawlers needed was one good game, but barring that, I feel they could have certainly done better. But it's still that one game that made a really lasting impression, right? And especially to finish in a manner as such. But this time, however, you know, considering that how that first Erangel sort of panned out, a lot of teams had not capitalized on these areas. Right now, they did their research, like I said, you know. So Team Patriot managed to drop off at school. We have a new team, again, a new team. So as their name really suggests, it's going to be taking them some time to build up that synergy, because, well, haven't really witnessed anything special coming out from these lads.
That's the whole point, you know, when you're a new team and you keep yourself as new team as well, you're just here for the experience and not for the prize itself, because it's going to be hard for you not to gain, you know, any kind of probably momentum when it comes to the game, and the first game itself goes wrong. The pressure starts to build in. The most important thing for any team is to experience pressure in this T1 and above games, you know, especially in tournaments like this. Now, new team is one team which has not experienced that pressure, and once it starts to build on the shoulder, then obviously the result is visible on our screens. Now, Brawlers on the other side is one of those teams with experience, and you can see the kind of performance they are giving out for us.
And yeah, I mean, Brawlers discussions apart, you know, I want to focus the team right in front of us, right? ESR Esports, especially Arjun. That one little Miramar clutch is something that I'm going to remember for quite some time.
True.
But apart from that, Arka, we haven't seen anything extraordinary from them. Let's not just get into the special categories, right? Nothing really textbook. A BGMI play hasn't been visible from their side, and
what if they're holding back those strategies for teams to come?
I mean,
because they are understanding, right? Right now, it's the priority is all about coming into the top 8. So let's play this out. Let's try to, you know, experiment around now and see how we can do better. I strongly feel that, you know, there are a few teams who try to be smart like that, and I just hope one amongst them could be this team.
I certainly feel they cannot. I mean, I strongly feel that they do not have the luxury to try and save strats, maybe strats for the next tournament, because if they do not pull off something special, right, they're going to find themselves out of the mix, right? Their journey is going to be over, because barring that one little fight, I must say, they did not even collect a lot of points, right? Barring just that one fight, there hasn't been anything visible from their side. But like you said, right, there could certainly be a new team coming in here for some experience, learning a few things, how competitive lobbies can be at the biggest stages. And I think this could be possibly the biggest tournament that they have partaked in. And
obviously, this is the biggest tournament which is happening, you know, in this year. So obviously, it's going to be one of those moments where they have to experience it. Let's not forget that BJ has just passed by, and that was one of those opportunities. But compared to that, somewhere I feel that this open challenge would have given them a lot of opportunity, a lot of chances to, you know, prove themselves, but at the same time learn to cope up with the pressure which they undergo in every single moment, because it's nerve-wracking, you know, every single time you have more than one team in the final circle itself. And I've seen that, you know, with the 5th circle coming and 10 teams inside that circle, and you're trying to understand that itself takes a lot of time to, you know, digest.
And a similar storyline again with this team, right?
Ninja, yes.
Beautiful start. I
really thought, but you really hope.
I really hope that, you know, they're still somewhere around that top 8, because, yeah, the first chicken dinner went to their name, as we have a little bit of a fight, ladies and gentlemen. As always, Retribution find themselves in a really dicey situation, but somehow, even despite that, they managed to open it up as another player of Team Ninja has fallen down as MVP, will be finding himself in the receiving end of things as OS Retribution. They're just ramming over the lobby.
Yeah, they have understood, right? OS nothing to lose. As I said before, the team which has nothing to lose is gonna stick together, try to rush around, try to pick up as many finish points as possible, and make a statement that you have to watch out for us, because once we go wild, we go all out. Now ninjas on the other side are running for their lives, literally running for their lives, because they don't understand that now the only thing for them to do is play for placement points, and if they get those placement points and somehow make it into the next round, then they can unleash the beast which they have been holding back, which they are shutting down right now, which is in front of our screens. So OS Retribution on the other side, Sasuke is one of those persons whom I really like. The way he gives the cover fire, the way he's able to support his team, especially when Spray God is the person who's getting that off angle and trying to execute things. I think this team is set for something more.
Considering how OS Retribution have been playing so far, I am really convinced, this team is looking a little special to me, right? This team certainly has the potential to go the long run, right? Maybe till the round 4 or maybe beyond into the PS, right? Because, again, this kind of... a little bit of a...
I would like to say this is just a smart way of not using your lead. Don't lose your resources. That's the optimistic way of looking at it. But on the other side, not everybody thinks the same, as now the first circle is at any second closing, and the second circle is going to be revealed on our screens, and we have to see where this circle is going to form up. If it goes towards the side of Hospital, which it is not, and trying to move towards the side of Ferry, which we did analyze, we did speculate that this is where it's going to land, and the brawlers are always over there. They have understood this is how the circle works around. They're always over there picking up as many finish points, as many placement points, especially because of the zone protection which they have. Now I want to see how this team is going to work out. Deathwish officials are kind of made it into the top 8 according to me, but what they have to do right now is concentrate on finish points, concentrate on placement points, because finish points is something which falls into their favor if they have the right time, if they are at the right time at the right place.
But now, you see the boys from the Team Cobra Warriors, they were taking a few shots here and there, but what I have my entire attention is towards that little bit of a build-up around that bridge area, right? Around that lighthouse that we have, right beside Ferry Pier, right beside that 12-pack compounds, that little high advantage. But somehow, the real OGs have made it inside the circle, the other side of the island, safe and sound, but the same cannot be said for a new team, as Pirate, he's just got locked out in the open with Warlock Esports, also in a little bit of a shabby situation, as Bhule Bhatke. Now they have a very good control over those 12-pack hills, and now is the point where they can start accumulating a few finishes to their name.
Yeah, and this is the best spot to be when it comes to this terrain, because obviously you're gonna have a bird eye view. You'll be able to take down as many players as possible. You're gonna lock your crosshairs to one person, because you know that the only other place for him to move around is going to be behind that haystack. Now they also have to be very careful to watch out for their backlines, because we can expect some teams to come in from the side of Melta as well. The Sigmas are trying to find out with the side of Team NT. Now who's going to be coming out successful is going to be the bigger question, as Skull does an amazing job trying to dot out and making sure that he does the first mistake of losing more bullets, and Skull has done an amazing job so far.
Yeah, I think a really good entry inside the compound, and again, we know how deadly and how broken Ump is, right? In this current meta, as Team Sigma.
I wouldn't call it broken though.
It is. Like, I mean, no caps. I think there cannot be any gun as devastating. I mean, I've seen matchups where Ump has won against the likes of an MG3 and a Mark of 14. Yeah, Groza, you could just throw it out of the window. I'm talking about MG3 and Mark of 14, two of the most lethal weapons right now. And just because of the mobility that you tend to get with this weapon, right? People tend to just move around, jiggle, dance, and still connect your shots, as Savage having a little trouble connecting his. Certainly could use an Ump.
I really could understand what he was undergoing over there, you know. He didn't know which side the buggy was going around, and that's the worst part when you scope in, you know. You actually don't get to see where the actual movement is. Without a scope, you can somehow predict that, you know, it's going to be going this side. What is your take on that? Does it make you also a little hard when you scope into a buggy when it's moving? It doesn't make it hard for you to track it down?
I mean, for me personally, yes, but considering these are competitive players, should not be an issue, right? I believe, you know, the skill levels are somewhere. You know, you've got to practice it out. You know, this shows how much of a grind that you've done in those training grounds. How much hours have you spent? But we're gonna get to that a little bit later. As ESR, they are angry, right? They just barged in directly on that haystack over there, and in short, they managed to get that one finish to their name as the circle has shifted towards Quarry. So the team that gets that higher ground, that little upper hill around that Quarry area, is one of the teams that are going to be the favorites into winning this chicken dinner. As Team Brawlers, they're yet to make any movement inside the circle. As ESR, this could be the do or die game for this particular team.
I do believe that, you know, Brawlers are doing the right thing. They've done all the hard work. Now all they have to do is reap benefits out of it, you know. Just try to be calm. Just try to stay away from the zone. Just try to be away from the crosshairs of everybody, and make sure that, you know, you have a position where you can strike when the iron is on. Now, to the northern side of the map, we can see there's not much teams. Yes, there's a big chunk of teams coming in from the southeastern side, from the side of Ferry, where we can expect a lot of action to happen. It's not any team, it's BBs versus the side of ESR versus the side of probably SAH. You know, all these three teams need to perform well to cement themselves into the top 8. So let's see which team can be successful, as SAH versus the side of, you know, ESR. Probably it's ESR who are playing it over here.
But right now, we're just going to come to them. We've got to fight a Medsis.
Patriot.
It's Team Patriot. In front of us, Joker just proned in as Clutch 69. He's going to be taken from the backline. As we know who it is, who's joined the party. It's going to be OS Retribution, who are absolutely going to go ham at the players of SAH. Having managed to secure that one knock, as SAH, they're in a whole world of trouble over here. With so many smokes, they do not really have any idea of where those bullets are coming out from.
No, that's the whole point. You know, sometimes when you try to overthink, it's going to be hard, as HTG has already almost put an end to the side of New Team. I do know that New Team have a better cover about these two players. They puts up a molly in the right corner. New Team on the other side. It's late for Korn to actually push in. He could have actually gone in when the time was right and hit the coffin, but he hit the nail on the coffin. He did not do it, due to which now he'll have to play for placement points, try to run away from this position, as he's the last man standing with 3 finishes. Play for placement points, try to survive, whereas High Temper Gaming is not going to allow that to happen. The final 12 bullets could have been on him, and he could have taken him down, but that's kind of, you know, what you feel when you're playing a little more defensive as well. He knew that if he stayed out there, somebody would have taken him down. He stops spraying, tries to get into cover, and then try to connect the bullets, but ultimately is under loss.
Yeah, I think at this point, I believe Agam, he tried his level best there. Was trying to get a little predictive. Also did see him, you know, climbing the stairs. Thought he would come out of the window. Did decent amount of damage though. But yeah, I completely agree with you. Had he held on to the fire, but maybe at the same time, he was in a constant fear, right? If he kind of tends to overextend, he might get shot from elsewhere. You know, that could be the only rational explanation. As the grenade goes in, Yufokun finally will have to somewhere down, settle around those stairs, right?
I really love the way he's just placed himself. You know, he's not going to get much damage, because to lock into that position, to lock a grenade to that position is going to be hard, because there's only one window close by which can do that, but it's on the other side itself. Now WL, they have to be very careful, because EPM, I don't know what's happening with them. They're just rushing around everywhere. As Devil, it was an obvious decision that he has to take stealth, but ultimately when he got detected, ESR were able to, you know, execute that finish. Now ESR, at the loss of Arjun, one of the key players, I don't know how they're going to manage this. With that instant replay, we'll get to know where everything went wrong. It was Warlock trying to take that person down. That is where it is. He took down Arjun, and after that, he would have opened 1 or 2 smokes, trying to stay silent inside, play the devil game, and ultimately got caught by Copycat, who can probably replicate Devil himself.
You know, for ESR at this particular point, losing out on Arjun is something that's going to be a little dicey, because Arjun again was one of those players that was so instrumental for this team. But they've got another Arjun in them who's hoping to be equally as good.
Yeah.
But Team Cobra Warrior, they've got Vijay, who's keeping all that eyes on the teams right in front of him. And this little shift, it's such a rare shift, right? We have seen a lot of circle pan down around Quarry, but a circle going towards the western side. Brawlers have kept themselves out of the mix.
Oh,
as
nice.
The real OGs are under a little bit of a fire from the players of SAH, as Ninja Gaming again getting eliminated at the 13th spot. I do not know if they have collected enough points to see it themselves to the second round, as it is chaos everywhere across the map, as the real OGs are going to be committing into the push, as Mikey Boy gets spotted out by DP, as there has been no help coming in over here from King, as he will eventually fall. That being said, real OGs off to a really good start, having a good mid game as well, with 7 finishes to their name.
I mean, real OGs are actually taking this fight very, very seriously. You can get to know the way they're playing this around. You know, they know that there are teams approaching them. For that, we have already strategized well. They're holding as much ground as possible. They're not allowing their key players to actually come out in the open. Rather, they're allowing the support to come out up front and try to take those fights. Joker on the other end will be the next man. But on the other side, TCW, they are also trying to do their best. Probably it's time for the Cobras to strike. They make a mistake over here, due to which they have to pay the price. Now let's see how much of finish points they can attain while reviving their teammate. Vijay is the person almost getting taken out. Team Cobra have to come a bit more closer. Check out where ESR are coming from. Copycat is in a big trouble right now, as the right movement comes in from the side of Amy. She's got that UMP. The broken gun, which you call about, has done the job for them. Now Copycat can easily get taken down with the slow toss coming in from her side. Let's see whether he can come out, or he or she can come out and confirm it, as from far away it's someone else registering that finish.
Oh.
For all that hard work.
Yes, finish is getting stolen, but hold on, as the Brawlers find themselves in the midst of trouble, as the push comes in from the players of Bhule Bhatke. Is iconic. He's going to be trying to provide a quintessential cover. Fires has spotted out. Horror Risk has to be taking a few shots at him, as Rawat just gets trampled over, but in the midst of that, he is going to get a knock for himself, as Horror Risk will go in, get the finish secured for his team, as Bhule Bhatke, they will be trying to get that revive, as the Brawlers, they have to cut out on their losses and get inside the circle.
I mean, Brawlers have nothing to lose, so all they have to do is try to play as defensive as possible, try to be, get as many finish points as possible, as Bhule has been in the crosshairs of several other teams. Now, they have digged up more enemies than they can face. They put up smokes revealing their location. They're pretty much outside the circle. Now all they have to do is make sure that they find their way inside the circle, where a lot of shots are going to be fired in against them. Now we can see that Horus gets taken on. It's going to be Brawl from another angle coming in and trying to take revenge, retribution against them. It's going to be this. I really like Ananya playing this game very, very safe. ISO on the other side, I've got TTW on them. Team Cobra Warriors eliminate the side of ESR. A very, common thing for us to see, because of the manpower disadvantage which ESR were carrying because of the aggression they were trying to show. Real OGs on the other side have their crosshairs set against the side of them. There is Zidane. I don't know why he's not able to see him. Oh, finally he does see him, and he's like, okay, I'm going to take some shots against him. It was too late for him, and ultimately Zidane is going to live for another few minutes to tell a different story.
But look at Joker OG. He knows where Alpha is. Heard him from miles afar and manages to get that final finish. And look at them at the best spot of it all, enjoying themselves inside that circle and that little bit of a high ground to play around with. Have that cover also coming in from that compound that they're holding on to. And this could be another one of those chicken dinners for the real OGs, as Disaster will be getting the better out of Zayden as he tries to enter inside. But for Tigru, this is where he can get his sweet revenge, right? This is where he can go ham at the pairs of the Brawlers, as they're all out in the open, just have that little smoky path for them. But they've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. What do they do over here?
I mean, I just hope that, real OGs are able to pin them down. If not, Brawlers can be the unwanted thorn which they don't want to touch. Right now they pick up a vehicle, still not in the crosshairs. They can just ram in towards the side of Real OGs and create a bigger problem which is in front of them. Now no smokes with the hands of Brawlers, I believe. That's why, you know, they are not able to move from there. As of now, the divided attention from the side of Real OGs can be a boon for the side of Brawlers to change their location. It looks like they are going to change their location. ISO on the other side, they're also trying to do something to Brawlers in the process of Real OGs. As the fire goes in, one man goes down, the second one almost getting taken on. I know Iconic has come to a very, very safe spot. Now Dark is also one person who might get finished off. He does, and Iconic as the last man standing. And, you know, it's do we place our bets to see how long, you know, Iconic is going to be staying alive?
Not for long, because he's got pincered down to that little shack over there. Few grenades coming out, he might be done, but if he kind of plays his cards right, maybe a good top 3 finish is where the Brawlers could really find themselves at. But it's all going to come down because the circle somehow has favored him. If the next shift sort of favors him as well again, then that is the point where we can start dreaming that he can pull off something really big as ISO. They're marching at the Cobra Warriors direction as the new team get finished off, and courtesy to Deathwish officials, as now the Cobra Warriors, they are living the dream. This is the game that could change it all. This is the game that could at least give them a glimmer of hope of making it to the top 4. But all they have to do is get a chicken dinner. Is that going to be possible, as grenades have been cooked from both sides? The first one coming out and not in the right direction though. But still, Vijay, he's going to be relentless as Amy from the sidelines gets taken down by players of Deathwish. There you have it, Ninja even falling one after the other. The numbers are dwindling.
Deathwish is doing the right thing according to me. I know one good grenade coming in from their side could actually end the row for the side of Deathwish, but who's taking advantage of all these things? It's going to be from the other corner trying to rush in Thakur and his teammate as the Cobra Warriors gets eliminated. I mean, I think they were eliminated by ISO, and that's a good thing to see as well. Somewhere I felt it was the other way around, but still things are gone out of hands for the side of Deathwish as they were trying to cook a grenade. Real OGs are trying to push as quickly as possible because they know that, you know, they have done the damage to an extent. Now it's time for them to revive their teammates. They've got enough number of smokes in front of them to, you know, probably take the attention away from the side of the enemies.
Yeah, but right now, you know, building up this murky cover, at least they can try and get the revive back up, still ensuring they have all their 4 players alive. 14 finishes already to their name. If they can end this game with a chicken dinner, you never know. But Mafia seems to have some other plans in mind, as Kobe must be proud. Look at the precision coming in, getting that yet another knock. It all comes down to Tigru, as he is the lonesome survivor, as here comes the hold from Deathwish officials going after them, as one of the other players has been revived as Joker and Tigru. It's against them and the world, still somehow putting that stronghold. Tigru managing to secure that knock, but somehow they get finished off as the Deathwish will eliminate them for the better growth. But Real OGs, they walk off with 14 finishes to their name. Wow!
A very good one. Yes, they did, you know, give everything they've got, and they've rewarded well. Now Deathwish have a very, very good chance to register this winner chicken dinner for themselves, and also to make it into the top. You know, at this point of time, they have to deal with only 1 or 2 teams. ISO on the other side is playing it as safe as possible. You know, they're just playing around. They know that the placement point is something. ISO Star was the person giving out information. He was like, just wait it out over here. As they move, I'm gonna tell you, just come and save me up. But one lurking snake for me is going to be average player coming in from the side of BB. You know, he's holding that ground. He knows that he has to allow these two to fight, and when the time is right, he can just make it in. And so is the side of Brawl. There's one player from the side of Brawls who are still alive. He's also waiting for the right time to strike. I just hope these two players can actually come in together and take the player down. ISO Shredder gets taken down because he did not see his right side, and now is an opportunity for the Deathwish to actually take the assault away from all the teams over there and make this their game.
Yeah, Deathwish have certainly been granting everybody's Deathwish apparently, but
nice
a little complacent about average player 6 positioning, has got to pay the price. But this gives such a nice opportunity for the player of ISO, that is Reflex, to try and make something happen, at least steal a finish off, but has a slight idea of to where Iconic will be. He's been surviving for quite some time. Brawlers with not the best of finishes, the grenade to flush him out, but player 6, is he got it enough? But no, Iconic. Look at that hip fire with an ump. I am telling you, this is disgusting. As Bhule Bhatke will find themselves out of the game, but a decent enough finish with 6 points to their name.
I mean, this is the time where Brawls can actually steal the show, you know. If Iconic can put one good grenade and try to take out Zolo and VIP, and then Reflex try to rush in from the other corner and eliminates the other two, it's going to be much more easier. Snake is trying to come no closer. Reflex does see it, but an uphill battle. We all know how hard it is to take an uphill battle. Now, Iconic will be the last man standing. The Brawls and Deathwish, both of them done an amazing job, and they have put up so many points, not only through, you know, placement. Brawlers still now with finish points, and Deathwish in this game with 11. And I do believe there was one other team who have got 17 finishes in their name. There goes Iconic. Can he do? No, it's going to be hard. As I said, an uphill battle is kind of impossible. Even he couldn't register that final finish.
But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Deathwish getting themselves 12 finishes. Chicken Dinner Brawler somehow trying to survive till the very end. And Iconic, you know, we know him for pulling off these clutches towards the very end. That survival instinct that he showed, that right little shag that he took at the very last moment sort of helped him in getting those important position points, as the Brawlers again were so close, but little far. But there you have the point standings in front of us, as it was a Deathwish and a real OG's game pretty much.
Yeah, very much. And 14 finishes and 12 finishes put together, 26 finishes taken by just 2 teams, shows the domination they were holding. Team Cobra Warriors on the other side were also as aggressive as possible, but all they could register was 7 finishes for themselves. I would like to say that, you know, Bhole Bhatke did have everything under their control. One small mistake coming in from their side, they just fell down real hard.
Oh, they certainly did. And I mean, Bhole Bhatke were also out of options, right? One little player, all he could have done was, you know, try and survived and collected a few more position points and could have gotten that extra one little finish out of Iconic. But, well, Joker OG has to be the MVP in this particular game. And, oh, this man, all right.
He had the final laugh of the day for sure.
He certainly did, right? The real OGs, Deathwish officials, these are the teams I'm certain to look out for round 2, because today they've really gone big.
Yeah, and the final fight with Brawls coming out and registering the final kill, until the last bullet, you know, he controlled the ADS and also was not ready to lift his finger off the trigger, and he was rewarded for it. All such basic, simple points, you know, these are the things which we have been observing. Now, top 5 players coming up on our screens: Mafia, VIP. I'm not shocked to see these names, but Taco comes in with a 587 damage, and that's a good thing to see.
Yeah, that certainly is. But, you know, I'm really happy that Average Player 6 has somehow found his way into the top 5 players. Not so average anymore, is he? But, yeah, I think it kind of feels good when you are somehow just kind of edging your way into that top 5 when you've got so many players out of Deathwish and real OGs. But as we take a look at the match summary, and this game of Erangel was rather quite fast and quite different from so many Erangels we have seen. This is one of those circles that I have not really witnessed in a long time. In fact, I don't even remember casting such a circle, which kind of shifts towards the western side of Quarry, and then you have that little hill to be that deciding factor. But whatever, I mean, this is what we've been talking about, right?
Yesterday you did ask me what kind of zone do you want. I asked for a Quarry one, and you were like, no, it might not fall in over there. And I've been granted the wish really late, but I did enjoy the final match coming in like this, because there was so much for us to learn in this terrain. It looked like, you know, half of the map was Miramar and the other half was Sanhok.
Yeah, was quite pretty open. I'm pretty sure you did your offering in secrets, right? To the BGMI
I think
gods.
the yesterday's offering was accepted late. I really have to call the delivery people and ask them what.
You're not gonna question the gods, are you? They might be angry
no, not at all.
Yeah, so
not at all. But yes, the 2 other teams have offered well last night and were rewarded really well for today. It's gonna be TTW as well as the OGs, especially in this game. 2,760. That's the highest I've seen so far when it comes to damage, with 14 finishes being rewarded for them, and DTW getting 2,000, crossing 2,000 marker. Now there is one team that's going to be OS Retribution doing a lot of hard work, but someone else reaped their benefits. with 1400 damage with just 3 finishes for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, OS Retribution, this is something that they can really live with that, right? They doesn't bug them. They still know the final game was all about just going all out, playing your hearts out, you know, those little kids out there. But, you know, talking about OS Retribution, I think we've got to take a look at the statistics, you know, how they've been playing throughout. Overall is what you can see, 29 finishes and 6,553 points of damage to their name. Again, one of the really good teams, but, you know, we've got to bring a face-off between some amazing team. We do have the Brawlers in the mix, but I'm not interested to see who they're really going up against, because they love some brawl to themselves.
Real OGs. Even I would want a team face-off between real OGs and Brawlers, because these were the two, teams fighting out in the last game in the final circle. I know that, you know, every time these two have gone in face-to-face, Brawlers were the one who was gifted with a little bit of a height advantage, or probably a little bit of a lady luck case. But in the last game, it was a different story. 7,000 damage coming in from the side of real OGs. This is the difference which I say, you know, one works smart and one works hard. Real OGs have worked hard to get 34 finishes, whereas Brawlers have worked smart to get 36 finishes. And I do believe that, you know, once we look further on, we'll get to know why, because Brawlers rely on sustaining for a longer period, whereas, you know, real OGs sustain on, even though they're dying, they want to take at least 2 or 3 people with them. So that is why more damage with a less time of survival, but still very good job.
You know, barring that one Sanhok game, which they absolutely went bonkers, I really expected bigger things from Brawlers, to be honest. That one little game sort of ensured them that they made it to the top 8. Of course, that final game of Erangel kind of was just the nail in the coffin, what they rightfully needed to solidify their stance. But again, you talk about Team Brawlers and the players and the experience that they carry with them. Apart from Rawat and the other 3, we have seen them at the biggest stage of them all that we do have, and certainly somewhere down the line, kind of little, it's just me expecting bigger things from them.
I'm not saying you're wrong in expecting that, but at the same time, they need to build synergy. Just 2 experienced player with someone new. The new people have to keep up to the speed of an experienced player, and that is where, you know, things start to lag. And the experienced person also knows that in case I go up ahead, if I maintain distance or if I do something wrong, it's going to be hard for these people to take the game from there on. So they have to balance all these things, and that is why they're taking some time. Since the experience is also there in the team with new players, they might give them an opportunity. One day, if they shine out, that's going to be more than enough for them to, you know, actually take the team to the expectations of where you're holding them.
You know, for Brawlers again, Rawat has been there in the team for quite some time, right? It's been around 3-4 months. I think should be time enough to build that synergy between themselves. But not just that, right? I really felt that Brawlers were not in control of the fights that they were taking, right? A lot of unwanted fights, a lot of them being picked up in some.
They were trying to show they were more on the aggressive side throughout the day, apart from the last game itself. So we can expect, you know, their brawls. What do you expect from a brawler?
Wanted to pick up a fight and went on to the bad side of receiving end of things on certain occasions, because with the names, you sort of are going to expect that domination that came up. But eventually, I'm pretty sure that I think their objective was just to get to round 2. They're taking one thing at a time, and maybe that is the way around. But one team that has really impressed us has to be OS Retribution. Not just one. I think 3 teams that have particularly caught my eyes: OS Retribution, Death Wish, and the Real OGs. I think 3 of the rising stars.
I would say Real OGs yet again is one of those experienced teams, right? They have 1 or 2 experienced players, at least in the T1, and that's why they're playing so well, because they were successful in taking down the Brawlers not once but twice in several occasions, and they also know that, you know, it's easy for them to actually go in and punch down the most experienced player first, because every time they went out, they wanted Rawat out of the equation first, and they exactly knew this is what we have to do. So somewhere I feel that they do have a little bit of experience, 1 or 2 players, and that's why they were able to perform so well.
They certainly were, and I think we're going to hope better out of them even as the the rounds progress. But for all you viewers out there, a little bit of an announcement: all the results of the round 1 will be posted on our Instagram handles, not us, but the Battleground Mobile India official. So do not forget to check them out, and while you're at it, do not forget to follow us as well. I mean, show some love, of course, over there. All the links are in the description.
It's just like a pat on our shoulder to say that, hey, you guys are doing a good job. We're there with you, and that's something which we need the most.
But regardless, I mean, yeah, of course. But that sort of marks the end of round 1, ladies and gentlemen. Every team that has been grinding out has finally churned down to the final 256 that would be dreaming on, heading on to round number 2, where they will be battling it out. And there it is where it gets sort of a lot more steep, with just 64 teams moving along. But what an evening it has been, so many amazing teams.
The good part about this evening is it's become better than the previous one. So from the first day to the 4th day, everything has come out good, and we can expect something to get better in the next week, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the first round, and it's time for us to say goodbye. And before I say goodbye to you guys, I would allow my friend to say the final words.
I really hope you enjoyed, and we're going to be taking it at night, and we're going to be meeting you on Wednesday. Till then, you guys take care and peace out.